Okay. Hey, Catastros. Watto and welcome. Come on in, friend. Sorry if I seem a little wide-eyed and crazy. Everything is happening all at once. Yeah, Jonas, it is time for talk of the Capcom 5. Which I always love talking about it, if only for the fact that of the Capcom 5, only 4 came out. So it feels like, I don't know, like one of those weird little hoodwinks of the industry. Yeah, I mean, over here in the US we had our daylight savings time, which has made everyone tired and grumpy. So, moods, opinions, and feelings are frayed today. But, we're here, banter aplenty, knees weak, arms spaghetti. Caffeine, Git Ned, given to rant. Watto and welcome! How are you all doing, friends? Come on in, friends, come on in. But yeah, we're going to be talking about the Capcom 5. We're going to be having a look at the Resident Evil demo for 4. And Twitch is going to pay us a fucking bounty to do it. Like, fucking yo. Oh, Jesus. Sorry, Given to Rant says it's 6 AM where they are. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's not a good time. That's a bad time. Anyway, how are you all doing? We have plenty to talk about. Stories and banter aplenty. A smidgen of ranting on my part. Just a smidgen. Just a baker's snifter of ranting. And yeah, I mean, Catastros, that's the shorthand. Now, PNO3 was a financial flop, and it deserved the cult attention, but it was just such a good game. But it is what it is. It was a confusing game with a very strange combat system that made everyone go, huh, what, huh? Makes me wonder how well a re-release of PNO3 would do. God, the soundtrack! Sorry, Stepagen, Ozymandias, Watto and welcome! How are you all doing, friends? I have stories. I have tales. Come on in and drink all the coffee you need because, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, I mean, Flavor 6, this is more like, you know, yeah, stealing the change that Jeffy B left on the coffee table, but it still counts.
It's a brand new day in Tokyoto. Headlining the news is the recent statement from Goji Rokaku on the graffiti
sorry, Stammering was saying they've been painting their Space Marines, and a mix of glue and paint sets is fun. Do not do what Tiny Will did. Do not sit and glue together and paint all of your Warhammer minis in a day without ventilation, and then realise that you are high as a fucking kite. Don't do that, that's bad. And Varbles, Watto and welcome. But yeah, no, Catastros, let's let the rest of the squad get in, because you know I love talking about the Capcom 5. You know, there were kind of titles that just dropped at exactly the right time for Tiny Will. So, I figure let's let everybody get in, then we'll start unpacking it, because, yo, I'll talk about PNO3 until I'm blue in the face. Hell, I think one of the reasons why I was so desperate to be friends with Susan Arndt, the writer, an exceptional journo, was because their avatar was the lead character from PNO3, and I was like, okay, yes, this is a personal taste. No! Stop huffing your paints, you little weirdos! Immortal End! No! Yeah, Ozzy, I had another route, I think it was Windows updates again, and it has drastically changed all the audio. I've been trying to get it to some listenable standard this morning. Oh, and stammering. This song, this is from Too Mellow's unofficial Jet Set Radio album, Memories of Tokyo To. Absolutely check it out. PNO3, phosphorus nitrous oxide. Never heard of it. You wouldn't have. It's one of those cool drugs. Cool drugs for cool kids.
Wild and wonderful music.
Oh, anyway, how are you all doing, friends? Everything happened so much. The run-up to GDC has begun. I will say that, and I'll be saying this throughout the day. Oh, and Caffeine, we'll get into what PNO3 is once the rest of the crowd are in. And given to Rant is waiting for someone to make a small rack-mounted audio mixer. Update proof would be nice. I'm sorry on that one. The only thing I can tell you about rack-mounted audio mixers is you can buy a Phobie from Modular Synthesizer. That's the only piece of audio knowledge I've gained in the last, 2 months. That is a thing that you can purchase. So, there's huge racks of synthesizers where you can plug in varying sounds to each other to create these otherworldly noises. You can have the output run through a Furby. That's a real thing. And Lost Flowers, what? Oh, and welcome! Coming in, friends, coming in. And yeah, and Jonas, yeah, we'll get into PNO3, we'll get into the Capcom 5 in a sec. Let's give everybody a chance to get on in. Plus, if any of you haven't gotten a cup of tea, if you need some battle snacks or what have you, now's the time to grab them. Whilst we welcome in everyone.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. I got a new flavor coffee. I got an old flavor rap.
And Aiden, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello.
We boys hounding for the sounds. 2015, my bank account was nowhere to be found. Look at me now, hardcore composer. Fall to the floor, spinning.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I should bring up the Capcom 5. And we will have to talk about the chainsaw controller. Possibly one of the greatest controllers in the history of things that let you play games. But I won't give it the pleasure. I'm rising measure by measure. I'm making money by minutes, but keeping grip on my tether. I'm whipping the competition, collecting more hearts than Castlevania. Okay. I mean, Aiden also same but Sunday, but good on you. So knuckle down, you can do this. It's only Tuesday. It's only Tuesday. Actually, Steppergen, I saw that Chaos Dwarves got announced proper for Total War Warhammer. So, what do you want? Amos, leave it. Little fucking terror. Yes, I saw Chaos Dwarves got announced for Total War Warhammer 3. I don't know enough about them as a faction to know what makes them super special, but I do know that, was it Forge World had a dark dwarf doom train that you could get as a ridiculous model. So it's hard not to be all about that. Oh. Oh, way cool! I think Catastrophes, it's always lovely to be able to encounter those those titles well after the phase and realize that nobody spoiled the big hook.
Yeah, sometimes, actually a lot of times, actually.
And Megaboss, Watto and welcome.
Me on the street and they say, hey.
Yeah! Megaboss, Case of the Golden Idol is so good. Let's hear it for the pisshead with a cannon.
Real quick, just real quick, to prove your worth as a human being and as an artist. And I'm like, no, I can't actually, but I can dramatically arrange 7 to 10 layers of
yeah, so again, friends, please forgive me if I've got a little bit of the crazy eyes. Everything happened so much this morning from about 4 different places. Managed to get it all sorted as best I can. But, oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, excuse me.
To the tune of Real Brains. All we wanna do is steal you change. We're not unreasonable, no one gonna eat you cushions. Also snipe.
That's a double win. God. I keep asking myself, and doing literally no research into it, like, I hope Jonathan Coulthard's doing okay. Or I hope it hasn't turned out that he's a bad word. I hope he's doing alright. But no, sorry, where are my feckin' manners? Favor 6, thank you kindly for the bits. You know, you have no idea how grateful we are, friend. No idea. Okay, so on the subject of Chaos Dwarves, so Varb was saying that they were a Forge World only army. See, I didn't know that. They use magic which turns them into stone, they have big feckin' war machines. I knew about the war machines. Again, I used to sit next to someone who knew like classic Warhammer way better than anyone. So thanks to Joey, I got like a lot of my Warhammer knowledge from that. Because I was a 40k kid. It's not hard to tell why. Sidrid, please report to the Shadow Realm for that terrible joke. Thank you for the bits. Also, Favor 6, as the new Jarl, what will you do with this newfound power? Ooh. So yeah, friends, we are once again inundated with exceptional video games. One of the ones I've been looking forward to a while came out today. Sadly, I haven't been able to get a press copy of it, so I don't know when we'll be able to do coverage on it. But last year at PAX, it was one of my absolute standout games. I'm just getting the correct one. And it was called The Forest Cathedral. Now, you'll probably be able to get to this before me, if you rush. The TLDR is it's kind of like a narrative walking sim sort of game. But what's fascinating is you walk around the world, and everything's slightly weird and surreal. There's something not quite right, but all the characters seem okay with it, so fine. You solve puzzles by going to like little terminals and varying contraptions, and essentially plugging in a retro platformer to solve these things. I played the demo at PAX, and it was one of the freshest games I've seen in a while. Like, it perfectly encapsulated that walking sim vibe, but added exactly the right amount of game to it. So yeah, if you haven't seen this, add it to your wish lists, check it out. So yeah. Jumping back. Oh, sorry, Faith6 was asking if I knew one of the dealers at the casino was a model painter. Yo, it's easier to point out who wasn't absolutely up to their eyeballs in Warhammer Minis in LARP. For those who don't know, myself and Faith6 used to be part of a LARP group, or so to say, LARP event called the Lorien Trust, which was absolutely feckin' massive. Like, we're talking like, at peak, like 6,000 people in one LARP event. So it had like pitched battles and shit. It was awesome. There was an in-game casino where you could use your in-game money to gamble and whatnot. It was kind of fun. We once accidentally won the 00 prize. That was a night. Oh no! Fearless. Technology has betrayed us. Although apparently Twitch are looking into a few of the changes that have been going on. A few people have been seeing decreased numbers. Apparently it's something to do with Chrome. Chrome is apparently trying to use less of everybody's RAM. So they've been rolling out cheeky little changes, like making it so that tabs that aren't highlighted aren't really focused on. But yeah, Twitch be weird. I mean, once again, like, I don't really get into the Twitch drama stuff because, like, it's you lot that keeps me going. It's not Mr. the Twitch. Even though he is paying us today. He is paying us today to play the Resident Evil 4 demo. So, if you didn't see the conversation in Discord, basically, Twitch offered a bounty on the Resident Evil 4 Chainsaw demo. $25. $25 is a lot of money for me. And as an excuse to talk about Resident Evil 4, its impact on the industry, to talk about the Capcom 5, and all of that, sign me the fuck up. Because we talked about last week the JRPG as a negative term, and we kind of touched on JRPG fatigue that happened kind of coming out the PS2 era into the PS3 360 era. And what's fascinating... Oh, Favor 6, $25 is a large proportion of our food shop, you know what I mean? We do not live expensive. It is... There are rare days when I get to treat myself to a fancy sandwich. The sarnies you see me eating on stream, those are bargain bin sarnies from Freddy's. And what I do is I crisp up the bread and replace the wilted, sad tragedy of salad with the salad we have that we usually give to the guinea pigs. And that's how I make like a tasty sarnie out of budget stuff. But anyway, jumping back. Sorry, so jumping back. The thing is, the Capcom 5 is fascinating to talk about after our discussions about JRPGs last week, because whether or not you consider JRPG fatigue to be a thing that genuinely happened, or whether it was an active negative sentiment by Western critics on games, the truth of the matter is, like, games that were developed in Japan were not selling as strong as they used to. There was a decline in sales. And loads of teams tried different things to offset this. And Capcom 5 was a big part of that. I don't think that Capcom realized how strong Resi 4 was going to be. And then, after Resi 4's massive success in the Cube, being one of the few big successes of the GameCube, then re-releasing it on PlayStation 2 and having everyone go, it was a fucking great time. But the Capcom 5 then leads into Capcom's next big strategy movement, which was hiring Western studios to try and make Japanese IPs after a few of their other titles had middling success. So yeah. Oh yeah, and Fearless, yeah, those Freddy Sarnies, as long as you're ready to doctor them a little bit, they're fucking tasty. Okay. Mega Boss. Is Final Fantasy 15 Hot Boy Simulator? Yes. Is it a fun action RPG with job systems? No, 15 doesn't have a job system. I mean, there are mini games you can play, but 15's interesting because all the characters have, like, strictly... Hang on. Bear with me a second. Dog killer.
Fancy sandwich.
Fucking live.
Sheeper sandwich.
Okay, where were we?
hold your butts. It's time for Jet
Oh
Set
shit!
Classic.
Oh, Fearless. Thank you
This
so
track ain't
much.
seen the light of day in close to
Like,
30
you know we're
years.
super fucking grateful
Once
for
I dust
everything
it
right
off,
now.
I'm gonna let her rip, so listen up.
And I am gonna get a budget sandwich. Okay. So J-Post, thank you for throwing in like 500 bits. I feel it's like, as I just said, like $25 is a big part of our weekly food shop, so thank you. Cheers to you. Now, Vulture Pony, Watto and welcome. Everyone's being freaking glorious already. And... Oh no, I did say thank you to Syndrin. Okay. Alright, so... So what are the primers that we need for today? Well, I guess, I tell you what, let's do games industry news stuff before we start talking about Resident Evil 4. Because once you get me started on this subject, we're not backing down. Okay, so, games news. Yeah, there was a few people angry about the Pokemon job listing, which was a very good reminder to us all that sometimes, especially when it comes to like outrage journalism, we do need to look into things ourselves, because there was a few individuals who were very mad about this, specifically relating to the status of the last Pokemon game that was released. And so I did a bit of a deep dig to have a look at this this Pokemon NFT job that has been commented on by quite a few journalistic outlets. And the TLDR is that it's an executive role for Pokemon International, which is, I guess, the branding company that handles brand deals and things like that. By the looks of things, like reading the corporate speak of the job posting, it seems to me that this is basically being made as a do we need to know about this role? Which is something that sometimes, like, you know, corporate boards and investors will request because they don't want to miss out on a big pile of cash. This role will probably only exist for a year, if that, and will sufficedly say, no, don't do it. Also, stop other people from doing it, which they've already done. Oh, I'm Fearless. That's lovely to hear. So Chaunerus... actually, sorry, let me finish the thought on that one. Just, again, it is another reminder that whenever we see postings, especially stuff about big IPs, it's good to have a bit of a deep dive. There is not going to be shiny NFTs added to Pokemon Scarlet. You do not have to worry. Usually Nintendo are a lot slower to move on stuff like this, so this does seem like a preliminary or a precautionary role.
It's 3:04 and partner, why are you calling me for? I thought I was understood. I'm so good on that club shit. Don't care how the club's lit. I just make the club hits. Spitting
and Catastros, you're not wrong. I mean, again, as I was saying, Nintendo are famously late to the party on a lot of these things. However, this person being brought on board is probably essentially like a due diligence. Like, you know, a bunch of crusty old white guys are being like, we don't want to miss out on that NFT money that my young'un have told me about. Hire a new executive. That's what that role is. I just wanted to highlight that one. So Chorus was asking in game news, does Rami refuse to go to GDC due to the removal of the panel? Well, so Rami stated, Rami Ismail, who is one of like the core game developers, said that he will not be going to GDC for the first time in a very long time. Okay. He cited two reasons. One being the fiscal cost of it. And the other, no, Chornos, it's entirely fine, was the removal of the One Reason to Be panel, which was a panel promoting, you know, diversity in the video games industry, helping bring people from, you know, non-standard, you know, pasty pale white backgrounds to GDC to share their stories and get them involved in the space. Amos, you're fine, mate. Sorry, bear with me a second.
Okay, man, are you ready to go?
Someone's feeling better. I'm so sorry about that, friends. There is a dog nearby that both River and Amos have decided is their new rival, and it leads to a cacophony of nonsense, so I have to yell at them to knock it off. But the baby boy is feeling better, so that's something. He doesn't need love, he needs to not be an arse. Anyway, jumping back. So Rami is not going to be here this year, and he has been citing that he stated it as a removal of the One Reason to Be panel. I haven't been able to find any details that says that it wasn't submitted, but as I've been reading up on it, apparently GDC Formal took over that panel and it was a bit of a disaster. So it could be cost-cutting methods. This year's GDC is the most expensive it's been, so who knows? Because like I think as it currently stands, the expo tickets are like $180. I mean, let me just let me just make sure I'm not misquoting prices for you.
Dig it. Dig yourself, baby.
Oh shit. If you purchased a ticket just for the expo hall right now for GDC 2023, it would cost you $293, which will rise to $366 on the 19th, which is like the day before kickoff. The All Access Pass is $2,204. And Moose, the discussion about moving GDC out of San Francisco is kind of a yearly conversation. Like, San Francisco is central to a lot of like tech industry and games industry places, but yes, it is pricing people out of the space. So when Children was saying, they were saying like 6K, I forget where in the Netherlands that Rami is based. So you're looking at international flight, and then accommodation for the week, including travel. And I mean, this may change with things going on, but at the moment, the US dollar is surprisingly strong, to my understanding. So that means that especially if you're coming from UK and large parts of Europe, like, it's costly. We have a friendo staying with us at the moment who's over from Australia, and yeah, I miss the days when it was 2 to 1 to the pound, let me tell you. And feelers, like, thank you so much. There have been a lot of expo passes going around amongst industry spaces, so it's not an impossible thing to get into it. I mean, stammering, we may get to the point where $1 bison dollar is literally worth 5 British pounds, but that's another story. Yeah. I'm extremely lucky to have you lot, to have friends. Like, I'm staying in a spare room, you know, my flights are at fuck you o'clock in the morning. They're offering me money to change my flight. I need to look into that later. That was the other thing that was popping up this morning. But, like, I'm doing this on the indie punk cheap. But no, there have been discussions about moving GDC to another location many, many times. And I don't know when we will see that shift. So, because for a larger portion of the people who put in the most amount of money to sponsor GDC, they might not be able to attend the event, or that is to say, they might not be able to bring their stands and spend all that money on the events if it got moved. So, yeah. This year is going to be a very, very interesting one. That's actually one of the reasons why I was really, really adamant to go to GDC this year, and I'm going to try and make as much like video footage and edits and stuff as I can. There'll probably be lots and lots of raw video from me, either straight up to YouTube or like over TikTok, or I'll try and do some streams to y'all, because there's so many shifts happening in gaming all at once. The shift from nufters to AI, the shift from like the plague boom to the post-plague crash, which we talked about a lot. Oh yeah, and Fearless, like, that's the way we gotta play it when we don't have those huge corporate cards, you know? But yeah, Rami not going is a big deal, and his citing of the failure of the One Reason to Be panel is a big deal for that one. No, Favor 6, the NFT to AI pivot is happening fast and scary. So, like, last year before, we had all these companies that were saying, like, oh, on the blockchain, everyone will have a unique item in their inventory. Those same companies have now pivoted to, I mean, they're putting it forward as AI-generated items, but really, it's closer to, like, procedural generation. So, like, people saying, like, hey, buy our software and we can generate, you know, hundreds of thousands of items for you in the blink of an eye with these kind of setups. Which, for any of us that have played Borderlands, we know is, one, easier said than done, and two, has been said and done. Oh shit, I didn't show you my shirts came in. I'm not spending much money on clothes to wear at GDC. I did get some clothes yesterday. So I got some, I know it's a bit bleak to call them that, but I got some Dead Man jeans from Goodwill. And, where is it? Hang on, you have to listen to the tunes without me. So I picked up this sake box for like $2 to keep my paints and Gundam stuff in. And look at what I got for $4 for Ben for next time I see him. I mean, the packaging is beat to hell. And I don't think either of us really like Funkos, but I found a Tom Baker 4th Doctor Funko Pop, and I was like, you know what? I'll spend $4 on that for a friend. Favor 6, I really wanted to do pins this year instead of business cards, and in the end I haven't been able to afford either. But I promise you, friends, if things start on the uptick, if we're able to do them, I will do pins for packs this year, and then we can work out just like, you know, an as you will, like, you know, buy them and send them setup. But that's another set. Honestly, Fearless, like this year, the meaningful connections I made weren't as much business cards as they were like, hey, follow me on X, Y, and Z. Tobias did me a little tag that's like an IFRD chip that has my my links in, which is very cool. Megaboss says, will it loop around to ethical procedural generation roguelikes? Well, I mean, that's the wild thing, is people will start repackaging things that we've already done in video games as AI to gain investment. But the wild thing is, and I don't want to go too deep into it. As you know, I do not have more than an idiot's grounding in financial institutions, but the Silicon Valley Bank imploding has affected a lot of potential investment groups. So this pivot to AI might be a complete lemmings cliff. Because usually that kind of pivot, especially quickly and before everybody realizes it, that's how you can grab a whole bunch of investment. But if that investment isn't there in the tech space, like, what does that mean? We can theorize, only time will tell. But yeah, this is why I'm so adamant to make as much content as I can at GDC, because this is an important one. So expect a lot of J-Grips. HSBC has purchased SVB for £1. Ah, shit, I should have picked it up when I had that quid on me. I think I've only got like a few cents now. And J-Grips, how are you doing, friend? Alright, and Favor 6, we can talk about the business card game at any point, but we've got a lot of cool shit to natter about today. But yeah, so expect a whole bunch of videos. The challenge I've been facing, and maybe I can kind of brainstorm with all of your lovely selves, is I don't really know how to... Not how to pitch myself. I don't know how to sell myself as an entity at the moment. See, for previous GDCs, I was helping indie teams get funding, which sadly I did not succeed at last year. I'm still feeling a bit sad about that. Oh shit, J-Crips, that's true? Ah! Alright, how much does a bag of skips cost in the UK right now? No, I don't want to hire a skip. I want to know how much a bag of skips costs. No, I don't want to buy them here. I know they're expensive. A 20 pack of skips is $20. Alright, fuck it. Thanks, internet, for killing my joke. Yeah, so that's the only thing I've been really struggling with is like, essentially, right now, whilst there are some potential development stuff going, like, I'm just a full-time streamer and a consultant. Like, that's what I do to pay the bills. And it's a weird thing to kind of be in the space. Because here's the thing. There are fuck tons of consultants in the video gaming space. Most people who have to tell you they're a consultant are usually full of farts. But that's another story. So, anyway, maybe that's something we'll come back to like later in the week. We've got a lot of Capcom stuff to talk about. We've got a lot of chainsaws to do battle with. Today is a packed day. It's just, forgive me for being this like high-speed train of nonsense banter. You know, my brain is just a feckin' blur right now. Like I said, there's a bunch of drama stuff this morning, most of which I can't actually talk about, which is frustrating. And GDC prep, and hanging out with all of you themselves, and trying to keep this place afloat all at once. It's a lot. It's a lot. Like, I'm handling it. I'm doing okay. Promise I will tell you when I'm not doing okay. But forgive me if I'm a little bit manic today. Oh, Restless Roots, Washo and welcome. Okay, so yeah, according to J-Crips, the Silicon Valley Bank UK was sold to HSBC for £1, which means that in the UK you could get SVB Bank for less than 6 bags of skips at Morrison's, or for a 5-pack of Freddos at Tesco's. Roughly the same price. 5 Freddos, an entire bank. What you gonna do? Ooh. Breathing, calming the mania down. So games industry, what else has been going on? Second Life's going to be finally getting a mobile client, which is wild. Salem was posting that a bunch of 3DS digital titles will be on sale up until the 27th, as they begin to start shutting down the Nintendo 3DS store. The space farming game, which I've been waiting for, Lightyear Frontier, has been delayed, but it does seem that it's not being delayed for bad times. That's fine. If you hadn't seen that game, you kind of have like a part mech, part tractor type vehicle. It's very like Stardew Valley in deep space. Very evocative of one of the Love, Death and Robots shorts, which is real good. And no one really had too much to say about this, but there is a game called Bleak Faith, who have been accused of stealing animations from Elden Ring. They have said that they purchased these animations from the Epic Store. If you're unaware, by the Epic Store, I do not mean the Epic Game Store. I mean like the Epic Asset Store, where you buy and sell things that you make for... where you buy and sell things that you make for Unreal, 4 and 5. That is a fascinating thing to start discussing because, I mean, you were all there for the Fortnite dance saga, where the gentleman who played Carlton on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air tried to sue Epic for using the Carlton dance as an emote. He did not succeed. This would be something different, that if a team had stolen or lifted animations from a game and then sold those animations as an animation pack that was then purchased by someone else, like, that's a fucking mess. Now, Fearless, you're entirely correct. If you can't keyframe your own animations, store-bought is fine. Buying an animation pack, buying pre-rigged assets for your game, do it. Don't break your spine doing the same thing that someone else has done. We saw with Attica the beauty and quality of a title you can make using pre-made assets. Hell, Attica was made to sell those assets as much as it was made to be a game. MDH says, how about Genshin Impact style animations from Nier Automata? That's not something I've seen, and what we saw with The Lies of P, the most interesting but terribly named title that's upcoming, is that it is entirely possible to tell an animation team, like, hey, we want you to emulate the style. Like, I went through fucking frame-by-frame shit of Bloodborne animations and Lies of P animations, and it wasn't stolen, but they copied the look and feel and then recreated it. Which, that's fine. If we weren't allowed to do that, then every game that copied bullet time from the Matrix would have a bad time, you know what I'm saying? But like, MDH, if you have a source for that, I'd be very intrigued. This one is specifically interesting because the dev team have just said, like, their Archangel Studios responded to allegations, explaining the animations were purchased on the Epic Marketplace. As they said, we've always been transparent about using the Epic Marketplace for animations that were a good fit for our theme. Additionally, the developer said that they've submitted a ticket to Epic's customer service in regards to the allegations. That's a good sign of faith. So yeah, the reason I bring this up is that it's been something that people have been concerned about for a while. Like, people stealing work, stripping out a large parts of it and reselling them on various asset marketplaces. It's a valid concern. And that one will probably explode. Because it does mean that if somebody nicked a whole bunch of anims from Elden Ring, shit's gonna get wild. Okay. So MDH was saying that it was effectively the same thing, and that the greatsword animations in Genshin were similar to the large weapon attacks from Nier. The game got accused of stealing animations. I mean, that's the thing. If you watch 2B doing the whole big roundhouse thing and then emulate that in your title, that's still a fuck ton of work. If you pulled the raws, rejigged them and retweaked them, that's a different kettle of monkeys, but like, it'd have to be comparative. It would have to be comparative engines, have to be reusable. Like, the amount of requirements to successfully just air quotes nick them, that's hard. But also, but also when it comes to these conversations, fans and consumers can often misunderstand the difference between like stolen and emulated. And I guess it's an important thing that we're going to have to talk about more as we get further and further into the AI bollocks. But that's another story. Right, what else were going on? Yeah, I think we talked about the rest.
Maybe something's wrong.
Yeah, an Ozymandias. Nice. Yeah, I think we talked about everything else. Sorry, bear with me just a second. Alright, tippity-tappity, let's make stuff happy. So Ozymandias, we've had this question a fair bunch. At the moment, dabs are turned off because I haven't had the time to fix them. The counter-dab system broke, and real life has not allowed me to have the time to sit down and just make it happen. For those of you who may or may not know, for most of last week, Fiona's back was wrecked to the point where they couldn't do a whole bunch. Thank you again to Caffeine for helping with like getting to hospital and whatnot. So it basically meant that, like, friends, when I wasn't hanging out with you, I was just keeping the animals alive and cleaning stuff. Fiona's getting back on their feet. Like, they're not going to be swinging the, Dragon Slayer sword from Berserk today, but things are getting better. So I'm hoping this week or post-GDC to get to the point of fixing. Also, there's been a request for Show Me a Gundam mead points, and I'm down for that. Catastros is saying, just be done with it. Turn the dabs off. You'll live without will dabs. Heck. Or there's gonna be like the ultimate dab off at some point. But I tell you what, I'll try and have them together for long shift day, because friends, we're not far off. Like, we're probably 2-3 weeks out, and assuming I don't fuck up, like, the 5-year anniversary of the long shift is looming. Dabna Rock! Shit! Long shift day 5, Dabna Rock. Oh man, I'm gonna be swole as shit. Be just like pow, 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 pow. I'll just have like shoulders like William Birkin. The dab apocalypse. No.
This was like, oh man, I have to go outside. I got to pee. Mama. I opened door. He goes, oh man, it is such a nice day. I lay outside.
He pulled that shit twice.
He's outside on the couch.
Oh, Favor 6 says all hail.
All hail.
Yeah, no, he pulled that twice while you're away, and the second time he just walking around going. So I had to be dad mode. It's like, sit on the couch, lie down, you're fine.
He's outside living his best life on the couch.
I bet he bloody is. Because he was doing the whole like, I gotta pee, I'm gonna pee on the stuff. Just kidding. Time for a sun lounge. Sorry, the tales of Amos continue. I'm glad that you all see that Show a Gundam is a worthy point redeemed. And yeah, Catastros, this will be half a decade of the Longship. Oh, for those of you that are game devs and are heading to GDC, if you're not already part of the Longship base command, please let me know. As I've basically put together like Longship and Friends as a like chat and support group. But we were talking about it there. Because I joked and said, alright, we've got 10 people, that makes for a full raid group. And they're like, what are we raiding? And I was like, well, we're either going to get the cursed crypto gold, or we're going to steal the windows out the Death Star bar. One friendo joked that, well, we should steal the Death Star bar window, because that seems more real. I'm like, no. Cursed crypto gold is real. It's real, and I've seen it. So yeah, I now have a raid team together. I mean, Favour 6, the only stumbling block for Longship pins is just money. Like, we got to get ourselves out of the shitty hole that we're in at the moment, and then I'm just going to work my arse off throughout the summer. And then, yeah, my plan is, as we move up towards PAX West later in the year, the money I would have spent on, like, business cards and whatnot will end up going on like a big old batch of pins. But it was something that I wanted to do for GDC. It hasn't happened. I also wanted to get more tattoos before next GDC, and you'll notice that hasn't happened as well. You know. And a friend, I'm not telling you this to ask for money. This is not fishing. Everyone's having a shit year fiscally. It sucks for us all, alright? I know how to navigate being poor. I'm good at it. I'm trained in this. And I want you to know when I muse on these ideas, it's not me looking at the camera and being like, well, you guys didn't pour a drum truck of money on my face. It's more like, these are things that we can look forward to. These are things that I will do when I can. Alright? Just as long as we're all clear. Okay. Friends, Longshipians, miscreants, and merchants what sell guns to strangers in nondescript Eastern European lands. Who wants to talk about the Capcom 5? It's me, I want to talk about the Capcom 5. Right, let me just ping this tweet. Alright, bear with me just a second. Yeah, Capcom 5.
This is the second time we've ever played in front of people, man. We're scared shitless.
The ultimate aim is to produce sound which is completely acceptable to the listener. Records that give you pleasure.
Sorry, I just need to go. Bear with me just a second, friends. Feckin'. Sorry about that, friends. No, they're in trouble. They were screaming when the dogs again.
Did you scream at the neighbor's dog?
And it's this soft old kitty that was kind of just pottering around. Not the one with the vest, but the black and white one.
She's like, I did not get in trouble.
They both got in trouble.
I did not get in trouble.
Was not me, it was the one-armed man.
She was a little like skipping half away like she did nothing wrong.
Yeah? Why do you think they're being so cute to you? They got a...
Oh no, he's got guilty feelings. He's on the couch, like, I'm so sorry.
He rumbled them, because I didn't hear River go brrr, but he went Beep! Sorry, bringing you all into our dog drama. Oh.
No, you know who's gonna get the love? Fiona gets the love.
Okay.
Fiona, take my love.
Mega Boss asks, what happens when I get in trouble? I mean... I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. But Quasi, thank you for the multiple Capcom 5s. Right, so let's pause this. Let's get Resident Evil. Hello. Nuggets have blessed this stream. Look at how big Cleona has gotten. She's so happy. She's getting nugget hair in my coffee. Alright, now I'm going to make sure I pick the right Resident Evil 4 before we get started. Because there are two. And they're both called Resident Evil 4. Yeah.
Foodies.
Big foodies. Oh, River. Little terror. Okay. So, let's get the game started. Then I can start tracking our bounty. And then let's talk about the Capcom 5. And I'm always kind of fascinated by conversations like this because you can never tell when something's going to be just some corporate doublespeak or when it's actually going to be something that influences the games industry as a whole. And this is definitely one of those times when we were legit surprised to find out the Capcom 5 wasn't just, you know, Capcom blowing a whole bunch of smoke. Alright, come on. Come on. There we go. Back of the net. Still disappointing that it's not called the Resident Evil engine. But that's another story. Excuse me, Gundams. Stealing the controller. Right. So what in the bloody hell is the Capcom 5? Right. Back in the day, as Nintendo was looking to do battle with, I believe, the PS1, and for their next round of consoles, their first fully disc-based console, the GameCube, was out and about, and it was languishing. The game had changed. The game had changed very significantly in the video games landscape, especially for home consoles. And Nintendo was struggling to find their feeties. You know, Mario Sunshine was a very good game. Adjust until the pattern is barely visible. Adjust until the pattern is barely visible. Got lights on me, so... Keep telling me like I have a choice. Okay. There we go. That's very loud, isn't it? That master volume. There we go. How's that? Okay, so the Capcom 5 were 5 original titles which would originally be GameCube exclusives. This would be Piano 3, Beautiful Joe, Killer 7, and Resident Evil 4. I forget what the 4th one was going to be called. It was like Devil's... I don't know, Devil's Ball Bag or something. Sorry, I don't know why I'm such a feckin' terror today. Dead Phoenix, that was it. Thank you, J. Crips. So this was fascinating because Resident Evil 4 had been the one with the longest amount of development time on it. As Catastrophe and people were saying earlier, you know, the team had set out to make a Resident Evil game that didn't feel like Resident Evil. It felt like something new. It felt like it was like the next step forward. And I really appreciate that. There we go. Get my Xbox buttons going. Devil's Ball Bag sounds like a user-created Doom map. Feckin' yo. And Megaboss, good luck with the battle to the laundry. If I can be the background noise to your Foldageddon, then so be it. Oh shit! I need to start tracking the bounty, don't I? Alright, so bounty board. Stream manager. Manage bounties. Start tracking bounty. Oh, hang on. Start tracking bounty. Start. Woohoo! Alright, we are now tracking the bounty. Now, it will pop up and say pre-order Resident Evil 4 now. You all know our philosophies on pre-orders. But honestly, it's a digital distribution title. You can just get it when it comes out. Okay. Yes. Catastrophe, you are correct. Devil May Cry was one of the offshoots of Resi 4, which used Resident Evil's traditional pre-rendered backgrounds, but with a far more like volatile action control system. Sorry, I think last time we talked about this, I was either very hungover or very tired. Now, I believe Onimusha was a different team, but was another one that came from that similar kind of concept. For those of you who don't know, and again, don't worry if you don't know all this stuff, I have been obsessed with Resident Evil and Capcom titles my whole life. Like, this is my... If they gave out, you know... Okay, no. If I had the money or the time to get a doctorate, it would probably be in, you know, Capcom history. Capcom, for a while, was one of the world leaders in video game creation, and it was because of the creative ways which they found solutions to technical problems. You know, the OG Resident Evil is just an evolution of Alone in the Dark, but they had the idea of using the pre-rendered backgrounds in such a way as to create these incredible environments, and then to add this slow, creeping, like, OG Romero-esque horror to it. You know, the term survival horror was coined around those games because the puzzle solving was similar to a point-and-click adventure from those original, like, Alone in the Dark roots. But the action was slow. You had to count every single bullet. And while, again, it wasn't the very first game to do this, it was one of the first with mainstream reach. And so Resident Evil blew the doors off. Arguably one of the biggest... Oh, Hillian, Watto and welcome. Come on in. We're talking about the history of Capcom and the Capcom 5. So come on in, come on in. Also, what were you playing? How was your day? It's lovely to see you. Yeah, Fearless, the slow door opening animations were used to paper over loading screens. Another huge evolution in I hate using the term immersion, but in and Catastrophe, what's OG Romero in this case? Sorry, that would be George Romero, the famed horror director who directed Night of the Living Dead and the Of the Dead series. who would actually go on to direct a commercial for Resident Evil 2. No joke. And penned one of the original Resident Evil movie scripts that sadly did not get made. But again, that's another story. And Captain Hillian, that sounds lovely. The Infernal Machine, that was the first of the 3D Indiana Jones games, if I remember correctly. And it's not so necessarily foreplay before game. Hillian, I want to talk about the history of Resident Evil 4. And currently, Twitch have a bounty on the Resident Evil Chainsaw demo. And I guess I want to set the stage a little. Anyway, so Resident Evil as a franchise blows the doors off. Resident Evil 2, holy crud. It sold gangbusters. It set the tone for what people could do with horror in games and had a huge number of other companies playing catch-up for a long time. Like, again, especially during the PS1 era, we were still dealing with essentially, like, Japanese domination of the games industry. You know, yes, in the PC space, more like English language and European developers were having their own little, like, creative spurts, but, you know, console gaming was reaching more people than ever before, thanks to, like, the more, you know, late teen, early adult marketing of the PlayStation and these bangers, you know, these 18 rated games. It was shaking off the shackles of, like, the adolescent Sega versus Nintendo wars that we'd seen in previous generations. Anyway, Capcom hits upon a formula and they just start churning out games. We had Dino Crisis, we had Parasite Eve was a different team, but that's another story. Then we would get Resident Evil 3 is kind of completing the trilogy. It was very much the action sequel. And we'd also get the offshoot Resident Evil Code Veronica, which I believe was originally for the Dreamcast, which took the same pre-rendered standard formula and tank controls and upped things from there. But unfortunately, like, the Resident Evil series was definitely hitting a stale point. And, you know, as we were talking about earlier, like, the Team Internal was desperately... Oh yes, in Time Warp, we did cover Devil May Cry being a spin-off of Resi 4, but that's another story. The Capcom team were desperately trying to iterate on something that was new and fresh and different. The industry as a whole hadn't really had a lot of time to start to understand 3D games, third-person games, FPS games like we know them now. And there was still a lot of ground to cover. Loads of people argued back and forth about whether or not you could do horror in the first person, in the third person. And the Capcom team, they iterated and they iterated and they iterated. Now, what's fascinating was that they took the Capcom 5 deal and put Resident Evil 4 in there. Because when you think about it, that means the next mainline sequel after Resident Evil 3 was not on a PlayStation console where it had been native, it was on a Nintendo console. It's worth saying that the re-release of Resident Evil 4 on the PlayStation 2 would be their gangbuster moneymaker. But Resident Evil 4 of the Capcom 5 was one of the seminal works. Like, love it or loathe it. And as Time Warp was saying, yeah, the control schemes for the time are a bit chunky now, but it showed everybody how you could do it. So there's loads of little details that Resident Evil 4 put forward. So, like, aim down sights was very evocative of the original tank controls. If you didn't play the very, very, very early Resident Evil games, you'd run around and you'd rotate your character left and right based on their focal point, not based on, like, where they were in a map. So they didn't go right if you hit right. They would be running forwards, and then left and right would rotate your character. To use your weapons, you would have to stop, draw a gun, and aim left and right, creating a sense of tension.
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Ooh, this is approaching 3 years.
It is, and by this time next month, the Longship will be 5 years old. So, fucking we. Also, Hookshot. did you join the slightly newer Longship and Friends Discord thing? Also, Perios, Watto, and welcome. Coming in, friends. We're talking about Capcom and Resident Evil. Yeah, as old as Deep Rock Galactic. We're going to make a master list of everything the Longship has outlived next month. That's going to be fun. Anyway. So Resident Evil hit upon a lot of concepts early on, and their evolution would set the tone for things moving forward. So the aim-down sights and how the camera focuses and pans in, that was, again, one of the first big mainstream times we'd seen that. And when it comes to video games and stuff like this, there's usually like 2 or 3 concepts that are all hitting upon the same beats. But there'll be one that either does it best or is the most notable. And Keldra, Watto, and welcome. So what they managed to do was they managed to make third-person action tense. See, we'd had third-person action games for fucking ages, for as long as we got 3D. The one I always like comparing Resident Evil 4 to is the Bruce Willis Apocalypse game, which is fucking terrible. But we had third-person action games. We had Siphon Filter, you know, we had SOCOM, we had low-poly Bruce Willis. So a lot of people were skeptical when they announced that Resident Evil would be making the jump to this third-person action. But oh boy, did they find ways to get around it. So yeah, again, you can move and shoot in Resi 4, if I remember correctly, but the camera is so tight in that, yeah, you can see great that way, but you can't see shit left, right, or behind you, evoking that classic tank controls kind of vibe. I mean, Aperios, I will be very impressed if we outlive Square Enix, but that's another story. Sorry, I do apologize for losing my train of thought. We'll get into game in a minute. There's also a lot of reactive stuff that Resident Evil 4 did that would set the tone for other games moving forward. So here's the thing. I believe the demo is about 30 minutes long. We're going to play it more than once. We're going to faff about, just experience it in its entirety, and then we're going to see how reactive this is. See, the other thing that Resident Evil 4 does from the bat is that it reacts to your choices in the environment. So, for example, in OG Resident Evil 4, you enter the village, everyone goes crazy and starts trying to kill you. So, what's the smart thing to do, right? Like, if we go by horror movie rule, what's the smart thing to do? Go into the big building, barricade the doors, load your guns, and get ready for a fight. That is the worst thing you can do, because then Chainsawman shows up and starts carving his way through the door. And unless you bug out of that building as quick as, that's it. You're having a bad time. If you get up on the buildings, they start setting them on fire and bringing ladders. If you try and hide your way into the back of a corner, they spread out and then come at you as a whole group. There's no way you can shoot them all at once. You have to move, you have to fight. The tension is never released. There's no easy win maneuver. And this is all very obvious now. Now that we've had games that have used varying kinds of, like, you know, NPC pathings and behaviors, you know, that we've created these incredible reactive set pieces. But Resi 4 did it big and did it loud. And... ah! Alright, Quasi, I mean, hopefully we'll see you later, but thank you for the Capcom 5, Capcom 5, Capcom 5, Capcom 5, Capcom 5, Capcom 5, Capcom 5. Perios, we can give that a shot. Oh yes, Time Warp, thank you for the memory. Thank you for the reminder. The concept of headshots being fatal was something that was slowly introduced to video games as we had more and more technical know-how and we had more processing power to work with. So, you know, we could do damage based on regions. And we, by this point, we hadn't quite had the revival of the zombie genre. Like, Resi 4 predates the Dawn of the Dead remake, which some argue was the big restarting of it. That's another story. But for those in the know, the shoot them in the head was a known use. It's also worth noting that before Resi 4's... actually, I'd have to check the timelines. Because we got remakes of Resident Evil 1 and a remake... and Resident Evil 0. We didn't get a Resident Evil 2 remake, we just got a re-release of it. But that's another story. Anyway, so we as gamers have learned, shoot them in the head, right? And then they start dodging, and you're like, you piece of bad word. You know, they know that you're aiming them in the face, and they go, woo, woo, woo. Later on, when you shoot them in the head, it's the worst thing you can do. When a horrific, tendrilled monster unfurls from their face. So it trains you that headshots are good. It trains you that, like, they're going to avoid them. Then you start getting some easy headshots, and shit gets wild. Now, it is also true to say that Resident Evil 4 was more of a move towards action than the previous ones, but everyone forgets Resident Evil 3 was an action game. Action game with tank controls, but like, you start with Jill with a fucking machine gun. Not this, like, thumbing bullets into your gun while, you know, chowing down on some feckin' weed that you just found. Nah. Machine gun, you literally begin the game by jumping through a window and gunning down waves of zombies. It's fucking brilliant. Okay, so Catastros, thank you. So yeah, so Resi 1 Remake and Resi 0 released in 2002. So we had been introduced to the, you know, headshots ideal. Also, when was Gun Survivor? Because that one was wild. That was PS2, so this might have been in tandem. Oh, Resident Evil Gun Survivor was the one where you played it like a Resident Evil game, but whenever you went into attack mode, you could draw a light gun and actually fire. It was brilliant. Okay, so where was I? Oh yeah, just... Resident Evil 4 used our knowledge of video games against us. Again and again and again throughout. And it doesn't stop. In fact, I did a little TikTok video about, like, it's okay to give your friends bad information about Resident Evil 4. Like, tell them to shoot some fish outside the crocodile area. Tell them to board themselves up in the middle. Because that's what I'm going to do. I'm heading to the middle as soon as we get into the fucking village, and I'm boarding us up in there. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. I want to see how much this reacts to what we do. But we can't talk about Resident Evil 4 without talking about QTEs. Now, again, for a lot of people, Resi 4 was the first time that they'd encountered QTEs in a mainstream game. These were used a lot. One of the main boss fights is just a QTE throwdown. And while I did not resent it at the time, I will say that a lot of teams took the wrong lessons away from Resident Evil 4 in use of QTEs. And it was a thing that we wouldn't really shake out from in a while. There are moments where this game introduces just basically abject panic by having you mash buttons. Boulder starts rolling down a hill, mash buttons to run away from it. A struggle of strength between you and someone else, better start mashing. And then, yeah, the timed QTE knife fight was very frustrating. But, you know, we were learning. Unfortunately, the success of Resi 4 meant that so many teams thought that QTEs were what users wanted, and now it's something that has come to be really... It became very disliked very quickly. They're now used sparingly or mechanically, depending on the titles, which is nice, but yeah. Oh, that's lovely. So Time Warp says that you can change button mashes to hold in this demo. That is lovely. Accessibility at its finest. Yeah, and then we get Resi 5, we get Chris punching a bloody boulder. Good old beefcake arms McSteroids. Oh, so the Capcom 5, this was the banger. Like, it is... We can't state how much Resi 4 changed the face of AAA games. And the fascinating thing was, it was the only banger of the squad. You know, one of them didn't release. Piano 3 was a rhythm shooter that didn't have any, like, rhythm systems, but had this, like, left and right dodge shooting mechanic where everything was rhythmically kept together in this, like, super clean techno future dance floor kind of vibe. Here's a fun fact. Piano 3's music was so good that it would be later folded into the mercenary mode for Resident Evil 4, the unlockable time challenge mode that you get at the end of the game. Fun fact. We got Killer 7, and Killer 7 didn't sell great, but oh boy did it develop a cult following, and is still talked about so fondly today. And the other being Beautiful Joe, a gorgeous side-scrolling cartoon beat-em-up that absolutely did not sell outside of Japan. Yeah, and Catastros, thank you for the reminder. Piano 3 is also the only of the Capcom 5 which would remain a GameCube exclusive, despite the fact that at their announcement, these were 5 games that were only going to be on GameCube, and that was it. Resi 4 went to PS2, Beautiful Joe went to PS2. Did Killer 7 get PS2, or was it later on? Hey!
Humble store purchase made for year 14,99.
Whoever that was, sincerely thank you. Alright. And yes, DX Man, it is worth noting that people who worked on Beautiful Joe would go on to make Hi-Fi Rush, but it's also worth noting that people that worked on the Resident Evil franchise would go over to Tango Gameworks to make The Evil Within. So, it's the DX Man. It's a tricky one to trace because, like, the DNA of Tango Gameworks comes from ex-Resi Evil people and people that came from, well, we should call them Platinum, but yeah. Oh.
Did you know that before the crowbar was invented, crows were stuck drinking at home?
I did not know that. What a fascinating... Favor 6, thank you for the bits, Fred. The crowbar was one of my favourite gaffs in London. I don't even know if it's still there. It's like a tiny metal bar. It was great. Okay, so let's get the first run of the demo started. Start a new game. And obviously, like, we can keep bantering on all of this. You know I love talking about it. But I want to do one run, want to deconstruct it with you all, and go from there. But yeah, what was fascinating was that the GameCube was not one of the big successes. However...
September 30th, 1998.
Leon!
It's a day I'll never forget. The cop inside me died that day. And that night, Raccoon City was wiped out, thanks to the bioweapons created by Umbrella. Somehow I made it out, but too many others weren't so lucky. I was asked later to join a top-secret government program. Not that I had a choice. The training, punishing missions, nearly killed me. But at least I kept my mind off everything. If I could just forget what happened that night. The pain. Even for a second. This time, it can be different. It has to.
Oh shit! There's OG Leon. Was that Matt Mercer? Good on him. It's been 6 years since Leon S. Kennedy survived the Raccoon City incident, an unprecedented biological catastrophe caused by the Umbrella Corporation. Having distinguished himself as a U.S. special agent, I don't know why he said it like that, he is tasked with locating the president's missing daughter, and the searchers brought him to an isolated village in Europe. Just Europe. You know, that tiny little place. where intel suggests the kidnapped girl was last sighted. Even Leon's past trauma could not prepare him for the nightmare, the insanity that he would find there. Splash cut to child Napoleon. Chapter 1. Leon in the woods. See, what's taking so long? What? Alright. Alright, how's it looking for all y'all? Once again, I am gutted that Mr. Twitch did not approve our request for the purple badge, because I would love to show you this. It is running buttery smooth. All the frames, I have them. If any of you are experiencing any kind of like frame lag or anything like that, that's because I have all of your frames now. Yeah, Aperios, they didn't give us the car cinematic, but by the looks of things, they didn't finish it for the demo, so...
How far could he have gone?
Yeah. Also, those crows are fucking massive. Also, you notice some of the additional changes, like it's much darker. It doesn't quite have that same, like, Unreal Engine grey and brown and grey the original had. Actually, I don't think the original was even made in Unreal. Deer's dead. Job's done. Buttery smooth. Yeah, Catastros, we made the requirements for partner, but Mr. The Twitch said that they wanted to see if we could maintain it for longer, so they ultimately turned us down. But whatever. And they do say the hero's journey does not begin so much with a single step, but with leaning under a single log. So what else is worth noting about the Capcom 5? Capcom really learned a lot about difficulty and challenge in those early days, which I do think is kind of fascinating. For those who don't know, the Japanese philosophy on American games was that they needed to be feckin' hard as nails. Now, this is a philosophy that came out of the 8 and 16-bit eras, but the theory was that as gaming was a family and socially acceptable pastime, it was seen... Individuals playing video games, especially in North America, were seen as hobbyist specialists. So games were specifically tweaked to be much more difficult in those other regions. Because at the time it was like comparable to sales. As this changed, especially once we hit the PS1, PS2 era, companies like Capcom absolutely struggled to find their footing. And Beautiful Joe, probably more than any other of the Capcom 5, struggled for that. A lot of people bounced off it. They're being cute again.
He's been outside. Like, they're being nuts.
Just lying out there being happy.
I shut down and moved it to the bowl.
Sorry, this is the Amos update. He is outside on the balcony, lying on the little couch, being real feckin' cute. Well, so Captain Hillian, I've not worked a job in Japan. I've only worked for Japanese companies, but I would disagree with that, but that's a whole nother kettle of monkeys. Sorry, I just wanted to keep chatting about the Capcom 5 before we move into, like, remakes territory, and... the challenges of a lot of these seminal games that teams are having to work on. But yeah, Beautiful Joe was a gorgeous game. However, it was also based on kind of like the Super Sentai, Kamen Rider, like Japanese culture thing. And there wasn't enough of a grounding to really get into it. Like, yes, Joe or Beautiful Joe, was clearly a superhero by equivalent standards. But, like, you know, his catchphrase was Kenshin a Go-Go Baby, which was fresh and original to people who'd grown up with the Super Sentai series or with Kamen Rider and stuff like that. And I will continue to separate the Super Sentai stuff from Kamen Rider stuff. Eagle lives, Watto and welcome. US Gamer, Doctor of Wafflemancy. Maybe I should take that as my moniker. It's good to see you, friend. We've just started, though I have been talking about Capcom without repetition, deviation, or hesitation for the past 30 minutes. Piano 3 was just too weird. And it's interesting to think about how many of those games would do great in a digital distribution environment now. You know, someone mentioned Hi-Fi Rush, and I feel like Hi-Fi Rush would have sat right neatly in the Capcom 5 lineup, and probably would have done just about as well as the not Resident Evils back in the day. Yeah, no, and Hoffman, Beautiful Joe is brutal. I, to this day, have never finished it. At one point, you just have to get into a straight-up boss rush mode, and beating any one of those bosses was a huge undertaking. So, yeah, Beautiful Joe had this double threat problem of, 1, super hard, 2, it was based on cultural references that non-Japanese audiences just wouldn't have a grounding in, right? I think it helps that Resident Evil was emulating like a lot of American action and horror. And so it had this kind of like earnest cheese about it. Because someone was saying the whole thing of like, in the original Resident Evil 4, it just kind of starts. And Leon has gone from being a rookie police officer in, in Colorado to being Secret Service specifically tasked with rescuing the president's daughter. Hello! My name is Leon! I'm from America! Don't know why I'm saying it like that. Oh, and just in case you didn't play the original, this is a very, very different setup. Originally, Leon's driving through the woods, explaining his mission, and then he walks a long and dark path to stumble upon the OG village. Oh. Crude charm that says judgment is nigh. Oh. Oh, and Angel Kalina, Watto and welcome. I hope I said hello. But yeah, Resident Evil was emulating American action films. And so when it was released in US territories, yeah, there was an earnest kind of cheesiness to it that, you know, anyone who experienced an 80s action film could really get behind. If you ever need to understand the mentality that went into Resident Evil creatively, have a look for the live-action introduction to Resident Evil 1. Like, it is full cheese, terrible acting, and even has this, like, explosive, like, character introduction, which is very evocative of movies like Predator. It's brilliant. So I think of the Capcom 5, that translated the best, as we would learn. Time Warp says that this demo is very impressive in updating Resi 4's look. Well, that's the interesting part we're getting to. Now, in terms of what games get remade, it's that sad thing of, I know we all would prefer games that didn't reach their full potential get remade, rather than just, you know, remake only the bangers. Oh, this is bad. Oh man, I didn't think this was going to be the cutscene room.
Sorry to barge in like this. Busco a un policía. Vino aquí?
Actually learned some Spanish before coming out here. Good on you. Honestly, Fencer, this is the first cutscene of the demo. Kick his ass, Leon! You wrecked that old man's shit.
This is not good.
Okay, here's my map. If I become lost. Treasures and items. Here we go! The attaché case. As a complete aside, friends, there is a game on Steam which is just Resident Evil 4's inventory management. But no, what I was going to say was just, we all understand why games like Resident Evil 4 get made and we don't get Alpha Protocol. I'd love to see an Alpha Protocol remake because it was a game that tried for something. Hello, Amos. You smelling what I'm putting down? You smelling the Resi Evils? Sorry. However, games like this that were at such a seminal point in... we're at such a seminal point in video games that they're guaranteed to have a certain amount of interest. But also the challenge is there. You know, what we've seen with, you know, the Final Fantasy VII remake is the amount of care and detail they've had to put into it. Also, yes, it does say Kendo. For those who remember, the Kendo is Kendo means Kendo Gun Shop, which is the custom gun shop in Raccoon City that originally made the Berettas for Stars. I've also come to understand why they got fancy guns, and it blows my tiny mind. Because for those of you who don't know, in Resident Evil 1, you play as a member of the STARS team, Special Tactics and Rescue Squad. But you're in the arsehole end of nowhere. Why would there be a Special Forces team? Well, there's a Special Forces team because Umbrella wants to test zombies against special trained individuals, which is why there's such a strange mix of different backgrounds in the STARS team. And the fancy custom guns are essentially like a signing bonus. It's the shit that like a tech company offers you to get you to, you know, work on their super evil AI or something. Like, oh, hey, join our company and you get infinite time off. Join STARS and you get this sweet custom gun. I can see people falling for that. But that's another story. Oh, good old crafting. Oh, it's nice that we get the, all of... Oh, okay. Makes it way easier to look up. Alright, what are we talking about? Yeah, custom pistol. What do you sign? And Leah, the Kendo Beretta. God, it had the custom, the Samurai Edge. That was it. I remember it having a fucking cheesy name. Ah, the good old combat knife. This one doesn't break. Yeah, I was just saying, I remember it having a super, super cheesy name. Ooh, look at that wobble. Oh, one thing that was really interesting is for Resident Evil 4, when it first dropped, all the weapons had... Oh, am I not taking that with me? Alright. All the weapons had a laser sight on them in some regard, as to make it easier to aim in those close, tight-knit situations. Which I thought was fascinating.
Man, that stinks.
Oh. I was hungry. Not hungry anymore. Alright, so we came in through one place. There we go. Got that good knife going. Alright. Oh, for those wondering, the controls are fucking wonderful. So basically, it's the usual kind of like aim down sights, and they've kept that classic claustrophobic kind of camera size. But then left bumper is just, here's my knife. Look at my knife. My knife is amazing. I don't know if there's anything I can stab. your couch! Back your stuff! Ha ha! There's only one way, Martin, to find out if it tastes just like raisins. I thought I might be able to cheeky it, you know, like unlock some goodies. Man, I love the destructibles around this. Kathleen, there is not knife durability in this game. And it seems that a knife is like an upgradable piece of kit. But it's alright. We'll just use Leon's super-powered high-speed kicks. That's all we need. That's all we need. Okay, so I'm trying to think of like what I haven't covered from the Capcom 5. Just that one thing we've seen throughout the years is that console exclusives are a bit of a gamble. Now, I'm not saying that console exclusives are good. You know, they're frustrating to players and consumers, and they often end up having like far-reaching consequences that suck. This could have been one of those for Capcom, because obviously Capcom put in the bank to make this happen, right? Oh, sorry, bear with me just a second. Sorry about that, friends. Okay. Sorry about that. Right. Where the feck was I? I was talking about console exclusives. And there have been a lot of games throughout the years that haven't gone anywhere, unfortunately, due to console exclusive deals that were made. And in all honesty, the Capcom 5 would have been more successful had they not been locked down to a console that was really struggling. But the influential nature of Resi 4 resulted in it being something like above and beyond. Oh. Oh, good. We're getting spooky with it already. Fucking rats, I tell thee. Scaring me there, little rat friend. Free decorative bones. Alright. Cutscene transitions are absolutely flawless, by the way.
Hey.
Oh, he is super dead.
I read you. What's your situation?
Bad. Situation is bad. It's like, Leon, mate, you're like the one person in this whole place. Still dead. Still extremely dead. Look at Leon, you're the one person in this whole ruddy place who's actually prepared for this. Alright. Let's get stabbing!
What was that?
It's knifing time. I will say, friends, this probably will be more of a mimetic nonsense and a deconstruction of what they're doing mechanically, rather than necessarily a serious playthrough. Yeah, let's fucking go, mate! Knife him! Yeah! Yeah! Fuck him up, Leon! Fuck him up! Yeah! Get here, fork. Okay, so it was. So, yeah, there definitely is. Knife degradation and stabbing corpses counts towards it. Leave. I love this knife. Knife to meet you. Nicely done. Oh man, they are building the tension good. Alright, shields up! Clack, clack. I don't have a shield. It's definitely a cut above the rest. Alright, now. Okay, we don't have stealth mechanics. So we don't have like a... Oh, we do have a stealth. Shit, I was about to say I learned that at the beginning. Where's my crouch button? It's right the fuck here. Oh, fuck you! Ah ha ha ha! Woohoo! There's the kick! Back of the face! I have no more bullets. Alright, so, stabby stabby, let's go. Stealth mechanics, get low. Oh, it's good to be back. Friends, you cannot understand how much time I spent with Resi 3, at Resi 4. Oh, with most of them, let's be bloody honest. Like, the amount of time... See if we can go outside. See if they've blocked us in. Yep. Had a feeling. Sorry, the amount of time I've spent with the Resident Evil series. It's good to be back. God, Resident Evil 6. Okay, so I made a video on TikTok, and it was just a silly one. It was just reminding people that specifically Resident Evil 4 will do things to fuck with you. If you know it's happening, you can be prepared. Oh, marijuana. Sorry, I really got the silly buggers about me today. If you know it's happening, then you can be prepared, but the first time you encounter a lot of them, it can be very surprising, and that's super cool. These include things like, again, like aiming for headshots, hiding yourself in the big building in the middle of the village, shooting the water near the crocodile boss, etc. And loads of people came up and were like, hey, I actually think Resident Evil 4 was the point where the series turned into too much of an action series. And I was like, yeah, you know, it did start making a change. And to your broken friend, Watto, we're having a faff around with the Resident Evil demo. So come and join us. Resident Evil 5 lent even more into the action elements of it and tried to focus on the idea of, like, doing what if Resident Evil but co-op. And it wasn't the best in the series. It's enjoyable. It's great fun when played with a friend. Naff as when you try to play it by yourself. And yeah, you get to punch rocks and you get to shoot a missile at Wesker while he's in a volcano. But that's another story.
Bruce, this is Condor 1.
Hunnigan here. What's your sit rep?
Hunnigan!
President's daughter, Baby Eagle. It's likely she's in this village.
Our intel was correct then. Well done.
Need a location on a nearby lake. She may have been taken there.
Copy that. I'll see what I can find.
Hurry up. Something's happened to the people here. My escorts are... Gotta go. Talk later.
Hey up, bastards!
I'll let myself out.
So your broken friend, Resident Evil 5 was the 7 minutes is all I can spare. Head for the lake. Things get bad. Resident Evil 6 is kind of interesting in that it's a bad game. Like, it's not a good game. But it's not devoid of intent. See, what happened is Resident Evil 4 was the last time, really, that Capcom set the pace for everyone else in this series. In my humble opinion, Resident Evil 4 influenced so much of the industry, and it's incredibly interesting to see its DNA across the whole games industry, right? But that was the last time that everybody looked to Capcom in this space. Later on, we'd see evolutions in PC horror, we'd see evolutions in action, and Resident Evil 5 was fun. Thematically, it felt really weird when you're an beefcake-armed American bloke going to somewhere in Africa just gunning people down. Like, even with all the explained reasons, there's still something about that felt a little bit like... But anyway, it was a co-op game. That was its big focus. 6 was trying, rather than to set the pace, but trying to see what everyone else had done. And it was a very, very cinematic experience. Lots more QTEs, lots more contextual elements. I believe you played as either 3 or 4 different characters, giving it a split narrative. And unfortunately, by that point, a lot of people were taking clues from teams like Naughty Dog and stuff like that. There were some very good sections with Leon in 6, but everything else was an absolute disaster. Honestly, at some point, friends, assuming it's not been gobbled up by Games for Windows Live, I might do a stream of it with you all, because it's not badly put together. You know, sometimes when we talk about bad games, we don't mean that the team that made it failed. What we mean is they went for something that just did not land, and this is one of those cases. You know, Alpha Protocol is not a great game, but at the heart of it, it was really trying to be fresh and different, and they just didn't have enough time and money. Resident Evil 6, they had the time and they had the money, but their intent was something that just did not land. Do you know what I mean? And I think it's important to make that distinction when talking about seminal franchises. You know, is 6 a game you should buy and play? Not really. Is it worth understanding? Yes. Your broken friend said Brink would like to have a talk. Yo. Brink had the best everything except the game. And its intent was very good. You know what? And in Brink's defense, you know, they tried to do the parkour free move elements in a multiplayer shooter before a lot of people. It just wasn't good. And Captain Steph, how are you doing? Watto and welcome, friends! Watto and welcome. But yeah, Resident Evil 6, a lot of us were worried was going to be the absolute end of the franchise because it was big, it was expensive, it did not sell. And yeah, we don't kill crows in this house. Hey up, crow! I actually talk to them when I'm out walking the dogs. God, I'm that person in the local area, aren't I? Alright, what you got for me? Beanies! Handgun ammo, right. Okay. But that's another story. Sorry, where were we? Oh yes, Resident Evil 6. We were... And by we, I mean those of us in the Resident Evil fandom were very sure that that was going to be the end of the series. Because it's also... There were lots of Resident Evil side games throughout the years. And while the mainline games had maintained a certain level of quality, the side games and the Gaiden ones varied wildly, with Code Veronica being weird but kind of celebrated for its like unabashed old Resident Evil stylings and its absolutely weird cheese, and for being a massive game. However, as much as I love the Gun Survivors, they weren't good games. Like, they were kind of partially original, partially a retreading of Resident Evil 2. Again, those are the ones where you played with a light gun. There was the Resident Evil multiplayer titles, which launched on PS2. However, the first one, I believe, was only online in Japan because the PlayStation 2's online capability was garbage. And the follow-up just didn't sell. You know, we had... there was a Resident Evil on the Game Boy, Resident Evil Gaiden, where you played as Barry. Gunpowder. Oh, we can't save because I guess it's the demo. But yeah, the varying quality of a lot of these like side stories and the failure of 6 did lead us all to believe that it was kind of game over. That was what was so fascinating when the demos for Resident Evil Village started for Resident Evil 7 started dropping. We thought it was a new horror franchise from Capcom, and they kept that going for a long time. It would only be later that it would be revealed that it was Biohazard 7. Biohazard being Resident Evil's Japanese name. And while 7 definitely isn't another industry leader, it did take inspiration from a lot of the really seminal horror works that had come since then. You know, you don't need me to tell you that, like, Amnesia changed horror games. Oh, this is wild. I can't see shit, but I can hear them in the woods. Puppy, no! Alright, now I have no reason to be kind to anyone in this fucking village. Might have the... Sorry, I can't see. Fuck. Is that under graphics? Also, one of the reasons why I love this engine is getting to see in real time what your changes will have. If you haven't seen this, this is one of the RE engine's most powerful features. So, like, we can turn off reflections, and it tells us directly where it will affect, like, the processing load and stuff like that. Graphic dismemberment, on or off. And this guy having his worst fucking day here. I don't like motion blur, but that's just me. Right, where's the fucking... It's under accessibility? No. Display, maybe?
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho? I see we're enjoying the free money, Tilda.
We are! Mr. The Twitch said you can have $25 if you'll talk about Resident Evil 4. And I'm like, wait, you want me, a person obsessed with Resident Evil as a franchise, to talk about Resident Evil? Like, friends, I'm not kidding. what got me in my youth into knowledge about like you know, firearms and then airsoft and stuff like that was playing the Resident Evil games and learning that learning about things like different calibers and stuff like that, and then finding out that Tokyo Marie or Tokyo Mario yeah, get Tefek. Hadouken! Oh! Stab that guy like a skateboard. Okay. Okay, sorry, what was I nattering about before we started messing that person's day up? And also, Syndrin, Watto and welcome. Man. Need to see if I can find where the contrast is, but that's not a story. Sorry, Sent Zero, I also want to say thank you for... How many months is that? That's 18. I can thank you. Catastrophe was saying that they skimmed through Capcom's released games list on Wikipedia, and yeah, the only game they could spot released after RE4 that might qualify as doing something unique is Dead Rising. The whole constantly progressing timeline with time-locked events. Yeah. Like, love it or loathe it, Dead Rising was incredibly unique. And might be one of the best evolutions on the Brawler theme to date. I didn't like the time limit system. And what always irked me is that you could jank the game to remove the time limit, but then you couldn't do the story. Oh god! Alright, I gotta find a way to...
Damn it.
Alright, I gotta find a way to change this. So we don't have HDR. Camera, aiming. Detailed view. Field of view. Camera wobble. So where's the feckin'... Because you can see what's happened, friends, is that because I've had to turn the brightness up, it set the contrast super all over the place. And so I can't see a damn thing. And I know we said it when we got started on this, so where the bloody hell is it? Sorry about this, friends. Ah, here we go. So max brightness. Minimum brightness. And I still can't see shit. What is happening? See? There it was. Anyway, sorry. This is nothing on the game here. Maybe. Image quality, rendering mode, anti-aliasing. Contact shadows is good. Good old ambient occlusion. Oh, there we go. Alright, that'll do for now. The ambient occlusion was just working fucking overtime. Although now it looks like a bright sunny day. Alright, feck it. We'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. I'm on the big telly. Now we can actually see where the bloody hell we're going. Because those little footy traps do cost you. Yeah, get stuffed, mate. That's a red herb. You all know the drill. Time to make the good kush. So Clank, yes, Resident Evil 4 is getting a full-on remake that is coming out in a while. Twitch were offering a Twitch bounty to play the Chainsaw demo. And so, you know, we're poor. Mr. Twitch is offering me $25 to talk about Resident Evil, and I'm like, yeah, I'll feckin' do that. Alright. So, weapon shortcuts. Alright, that's already done. So I think we can craft... Yeah. Red and green herb. Love to see it. Okay, the requirements there are much more different. Oh, look, you can see the damage on the knife already from using it. Fucking lovely. Sadly, sorry, you can't take his axe. It's shenanigans. Now, obviously, friends, you already know the Longship's philosophy on pre-orders, but we're here to talk about the game. Now, shit, where were we? Oh, we were talking about Dead Rising, and you're right, friends, like, Dead Rising didn't completely change the... you know what, let's see if we can strike a nice balance between... So that's with ambient occlusion on. That's with ambient occlusion off. Maybe we can try one of the others. Oh, there we go. No, that does not seem to be any different. All right. GPU go new. Bloom on. Spatial reflections. Just that picture of that guy going, "Ah, my fucking arm!" keeps making me laugh. Alright, well, this is the best I'm going to get out of the demo. But yeah, sorry, jumping back. Greybeard, spooky bits did not get turned on. I'm spooking myself. Oh, and Quasi, that sounds adorable. Yeah, as soon as I turned on ambient occlusion, it was just dark as a witch's cauldron. But, I mean, this is a demo, which means it's semi-pre-release. Anyway, but yeah, so Dead Rising was an incredible demonstration of the Xbox 360's power, and did show people like what we could do with crowd simulations in video games, and was a great evolution of the brawler. But in that way that a lot of Japanese games, when they go different, they go hard. You know, the idea that the story is unfurling in real time and you have to be there. The idea that, you know, Frank is simultaneously like the savior of this place and also like a photographer. You're essentially doing two jobs. And it had that old school philosophy of replaying a game multiple times to understand it, but that didn't really fit in with the amount of intense gameplay that was asked of you, because like you could only save when you got to a safe room. You could only save certain people in the mall at certain times, and then you had to fight to get them back. So if you wanted to complete the story, it's unlikely that you'd be able to save everyone unless you were very good at what you do. Anyway, now let's pop off this main set piece and let's get fucking weird with it. Hookshot says we need a 50k bio rant channel point redeem. I don't know if anyone wants that. Alright, here we are. God, it's been a long time. If any of you are wondering what happened to the other police officer... Oh, Greybeard, I'm absolutely gonna follow my own advice. I'm gonna run straight for safety. Nanogeddon. Oh, no. There are those good plants. Oh, I'm really tempted to Metal Gear Solid it. ¿Dónde? La biblioteca. Okay, it's amazing how much of this game I remember. I'm the good guy! Yeah! Resources! What is it? It's resources! What's it do? Resource stuff! It is interesting that they've updated the visual palette to be like, yo, anything in yellow you can climb or smash. Which I'm trying to remember which game first put forward the yellow you climb. I'm sorry, friends. I guess I played this too much. I can't not be sneaky creepy. So Sigawake says, thoughts on the knife usage in this game? Working on it. I've only just gotten to this section. I've mostly been talking about like Resident Evil history in the Capcom 5. So far, I am enjoying it, but I'm not sure I'm digging the weapon degradation system. But also, Sigawake, Watto and welcome. It's lovely to make your acquaintance. My name is Will. I've played these games far more than I care to count. And you know what? I need to stop being sensible about this. You know, this is the demo. We all know what's going to happen. So let's just feckin' test this. Little bit of a heal. Excuse me, do you know where I can find a whole bunch of get fecked, granddads? Yeah, what up? Sup? Sup? Oh! Doot 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 doot. I want to break free. No! Granny, no! Granny, no! Oh! Damn it. Knife's gone. Oh, I've still got my, me fancy jog. Oh! Nanogeddon! Easy there, Bilbo. Oh shit! Daddy's home! Sup, muggos? plus side, we can... yeah, I know how to heal myself. Leon. Like, I'm basically your fucking senior in this. Alright, so Chainsaw McGraw is coming to fight us, alright? So we're like, alright, here's a great idea. Oh, I forgot the board. Oh, this is the wrong place. Here comes Bastard! Ah! Chainsaw it not! Chainsaw it! No! Hadouken! Oh no, oh no. Run! Protect me, cow friend! Woo! I think they just cooked the cow. Oh yeah, no, that's a lot of people on fire. Oh no! No, 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 no! What?
You're shitting me.
No! Leon, run! Fuck. Protect me, hamburger. Will Overguard, 2023. Alright, so you saw there. I tried to run away. So Chainsaw Man cut off my escape while the other guy grabbed my arms. I managed to get out of there. But again, I hope you're all seeing like the amount of additional reactive stuff that's being added. Yeah, Pitchfork Paloma there wrecked my whole ass feckin' day. Now, if I don't look, I wonder if he gets set on fire. Because again, the thing about this whole area that's so fascinating is like, it's incredibly reactive. Or at least it was in the GameCube version. So trying to find all the different ways in which it's going to affect with this. Yeah, no, he's getting crispy. It's like, I don't think Nanadoo's coming around this way just yet. Excuse me, chicken. While I do not condone like stabbing chickens, they do drop eggs. It's nothing personal, little chicken buddy. I'm sorry, Chicky Buck Buck. Oh man, no eggs from the chicken? Oh god, I'm just a horrible person. Alright, let's see how far I can explore before we start, like, setting everybody off. Sorry, your broken friend with my sister raises chickens. You fiend! Nanageddon. Yeah, the egg shortage has also hit the Resident Evil village. Oh shit! Here we go again! Woo! Alright, here we go. Damn it, Grandpa! Judo throw! Oh shit, they have friendly fire. Oh, if you're wondering why I don't just hold this position, you'll see in just a sec. Oh, Granny, no! What the shit? Fucking Gran. Shit, Gran. Oh! He's got the crazy eyes! Oh yeah, look, they lay traps for us. Alright. This place seems safe. Here we go. There's no way this is bad. Look how Chainsaw Man is introduced in a different way because we procced the central point. Alright, so now you have this kind of... So yeah, we've basically just made ourselves a great big target for Chainsaw Man now. We can go upstairs and... Oh boy!
Oh, nice.
Alright, let's... No! Hang on. No! I'm Leon Kennedy! You can't do this to me! Okay, okay, okay. Okay.
It's Chainsaw Man versus Hair Gel Devil.
The battle we've all been waiting for. Right. So first things first, a touch of the spritz. And then... register shortcut. Alright. Oh shit. Oh! No, 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 no! Oh, I've got myself in trouble now.
Here you go.
Oh, here we go. Can I suplex? I can. There's the bell. Woohoo! Free eggs! Now we can retire.
La campana. Al que obedecerla.
Él nos invoca. Tenemos que servir.
Quite literally saved by the bell. You are in fact right. Do it, Leon. Say the line. Come on, Leon. You got one job here, mate.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Yay! He said the thing! He said the thing! Yay! Okay, completion time 50 minutes. Not my fastest. Money acquired 6.5. Okay. Thank you for playing. Okay. Time to burn the church down. Okay, so let's see what else we can do to break this. we can definitely speed through this. I mean, MDH, that is $25 made, and I mean, the idea that anyone will pay me to talk about Resident Evil is wonderfully wild.
It's a day I'll never forget.
Shut up, Leon. Bum, 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 bum. Now, the other thing that I thought was possibly worth mentioning after this was Capcom's next big outreach maneuver, which was when Capcom started hiring Western developers to work on their existing franchises. And honestly, it's been really fascinating to see Eagle Live says, "Can I pay you $25 to stop talking?" I mean, as the vocal moneymaker of our weird little operation, I don't know how much the will no talk would cost. God, how much? I don't have an answer. Like, maybe that's the next challenge stream is, can I get through a whole day without talking?
This is not good.
Not good. Not good at all. Sorry, I keep getting spun around. Classic Resident Evil mode. Oh no, we have to go down to the basement first, don't we? Yeah. The whole day! That would be a challenge. Alright, if I remember rightly, there wasn't any additional ammo down here. Oh, I'm going for a top score at this point, friends, you know? Honestly, we get more pistol ammo than we do knife, so
no fucking way.
Well, that wasn't what I wanted, but all right.
This just keeps getting worse.
Oh, I wasted both there. Okay, so if the challenge was, can I do a day? Can I do a day without using my speaky powers? Yeah, the old tofu maneuver. Sorry about that. I mean, Moose, that's feckin' great. The last message I got about the System Shock remake was that it was being delayed. So I'm happy to hear that there's we're going to be getting more. And yes, J-Post, a roundhouse kick is more powerful than a bullet to the face. But it does an interesting thing with mixing it up in that, you know, as we find out later on, the Los Pagalas are like a parasite in like the central core of a person. So really shooting them in the head's a bit more of an inconvenience at this point. But we're too early on that we get to see it, although blepping the guy's face off, like in that movie Face Off, resulting in us resulting in him doing that like comedy run was hecking hilarious. And I'd forgotten some of the unintentional humor of this game, you know? Nah, no Dark Souls unlocks there. Sorry, Clank was saying, like in that movie Face Off needs its own clock. It does. We don't save in the demo. Also, that's not been set. Interesting. Alright. Go. I mean, you can already hear like the little feckin' screams. Time Warp says they do find that the overt allusion to the parasites in this version interesting. Yes, it does mean that they're kind of approaching this game with the understanding that the user knows. And I do appreciate that. Cheers for the bullets, nerd. Oh, shush, Leon, you're fine. You're a bit winded. Don't be a nerd. Sorry, the thing that I wanted to touch on very briefly, like before we continue, is just the ways in which Resident Evil 4 took the ideas that we understood, packaged it into more of an action experience, and then used that essentially in a similar way to Ravenholm in Half-Life. By which I mean, this isn't a scary game. Resident Evil 1 is scary from the offset. You are in a fucking mansion. You are having a bad time. You are not having a good time. And like, thinking back on it, it would be very hard to make an overtly scary title with the tools they had at the time. You know, they proved with Resident Evil 7 that they could go back to scary, and they absolutely the fuck did. But with 4, they realized, like, with the evolution of 3 and games like that, like, they couldn't say, oh my god, is that a zombie? Let gasp! They couldn't surprise us with just that core kind of horror loop anymore. And the Los Bengales adds a twist on it. We know that there's something not right about these people, but they're people, right? But shit, I just shot that lady in the eye and she just went, yeah! Fuck you, Leon! I assume, in Spanish. And then later on, as you clap their head off and the parasite comes forth, you're like, oh god! But it's very action-orientated, and it's not until later on they really start introducing real horror to it. And I find that fascinating. This whole section, with all the different ways you can be betrayed, the different ways you can get fucked up, sets things on a tonal path that is more in line with, you know, the Hollywood action style. And then later on, when we encounter things like the Regenerators and stuff like that, that's when they take the horror and just turn it up. Just like boiling a frog. Much like Ravenholm in Half-Life. Like, Half-Life is a game that has scares in it, but it is not a scary game. But then when you go to Ravenholm and you're like, oh shit, this game is fucking terrifying. Love to see it. sometimes when you cannot create something that is nothing but spooks all the way through, you've just gotta recontextualize how your users are spending time in the space. You know, if your ultimate goal is to scare them and you can't scare them all the time, like, set it up, lay it out. Alright, sorry flamey guys, this isn't going to be good for you. Now, the question is, do we go for the shoddy too hottie? Donde? Let that go. Sorry. Granny's gotta go! Now, I can't remember. Can I sneak in here without setting him off? Ugh. Alright, so I've not set him off yet. P-balls!
Here we go.
I just gotta make sure to collect my pesos. I want to break free. Oh, come on! Cheap shot! Alright, fine. It's knife time. Knife to see you! To see you! Knife! Sorry about this. I mean, Caffeine, am I even really a protagonist if I'm not breaking into someone's house and just stealing their shit?
Keep coming.
It's a feckin'... Oh, come on! Everybody grabbing me!
Present for you.
Ow! Oh, I'm in trouble. Okay. Alright, it's time to make dumb life choices. Actually, you know what? No. Thank you, guys. Climbing up the tower. There's no way this ends badly. Climbing up the tower. So Caffeine, the hook with this Resident Evil is these aren't zombies. These aren't the creations of the Umbrella Corporation. These mother hubbards. These mother hubbards are parasites. Kind of like a infected hive mind of sorts. The parasite exists kind of in the torso of sorts.
Next.
Oh, here comes Chainsaw. Here comes Chainsaw Man. Here comes Chainsaw Man! Down a chainsaw way. Here comes Chainsaw Man. Leave me, Chainsaw Man! Alright, let's go get the shoddy too hottie. I remember who has the fucking key, though. Run, 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 run! Yeah, I get it.
Oh, nice. Sorry.
Yeah, there's the big score. Oh, all right, fuckos. Woohoo! Leon, I need you to jump out. Shit's getting nasty out there, buddy. Buddy pal Leon of mine. Whoop! These kids are getting spicy. Forget if there's something really good here. Oh no, just more bullets. And there's the gong.
Huh?
All right, job's a good un.
La campana.
Top score. And Vanderbeest, thank you for filling the pint glass. And Angel King, thank you as well. Oh. And yes, Clank, thank you for pointing people to our usual E3 per Bowl sponsor. I couldn't possibly comment. So far, I haven't seen too much in the way of, like, new reactions. And I'm trying to think what else we can do to possibly proc them. I've got a pretty limited amount of time once the action starts. And having a score attack system in this is pretty solid. Like, we've been on this demo for, like, what, an hour and change now? Well, okay, I've been talking about it for certainly coming up on 2 hours.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
You know what? The line is so much worse when it pans out to that poor random bloke who's just been burnt alive in the last few minutes. Actually, Favor 6, I don't know if we can enter the church. And I can't remember where the key for that feckin' lock comes from. Oh no, thank you, Resi Demo. Thank you. Wolfgrad, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. Yeah, this is us with Mr. Twitch paying me to talk about Resident Evil. I'm trying to think if there's anything we really haven't covered. I mean, business-wise, it is unlikely that any of us are going to be in a position where we get offered a console exclusive. The death of the Stadia has kind of pretty much shown any third parties wanting to get into video game development that there is no value in making and releasing your own console right now. Oh, and Grand Take, Watto and welcome. Jeffy B's couch has been searched. So it's unlikely that any of us are going to have to really consider this, but with console exclusives, you can get the platform holder to feckin' pay you to make the thing, right? Excuse me. From there, you have a game that you have developed, and depending on the restrictions that you have, you may be able to then re-release it in other spaces. Now, the interesting thing about the Capcom 5 is that Resi 4 was the big standout, but it wasn't the only game that was released on multi-format, as we were saying earlier. You know, Beautiful Joe got re-released, Killer 7 got re-released. Those two kind of hitting cult favorites, but I guess I want to point to Resident Evil 4 as a good example of, like, hey, if Nintendo want to pay you stupid money to release an exclusive on their console, and you can release it somewhere else after, brilliant, wonderful, jobs are good, right? Something like Bloodborne, I think, was probably locked into a very, very long exclusive contract. So if I had to guess, I'd say that one is definitely in Sony's court as to where it does and does not get re-released. But here's the thing, like, Stadia was throwing around money like nobody's business. And so long as you were able to release your game in other places, fuck it, why not take Google's money? Why not take Google's money to fund the game that you want to make? Now, having someone on your team who understands porting very well, or understands what challenges and tribulations you will face if you make this for just one specific space, that's probably the crux of it. Actually, see, what was Resident Evil 4 made in? Like, OG. What engine was OG Resident Evil 4? Oh yeah, so Resi 4 was UE4. Oh no, so Gideon, that's entirely fair. I think everybody saw the writing on the wall for Stadia the entire time. There was no market, there was no use case, and they launched a console without any thought as to who's going to use it. It was a very tech way of launching a product. You know, they were trying to solve a problem that didn't exist. Now, do I think that if we can get cloud computing to work, it will be great for people? Absolutely. You know, the idea of removing the big barriers to entry for video games is fucking great. But you need to think about the kind of people that need and want that. You know what I mean? So yeah. Resident Evil 4 is a good example of a console exclusive that was essentially able to sell multiple times throughout its lifetime. And I would guess that the fact that it can't be UE4. It can't be UE4. And Stooge makes a very good point that you can save up for a good console if you're in a bad internet area, but you can't save up money to get better internet in large swaths of the world, you know? Hell, I mean, we're in Seattle, and in our current abode, we can't just pay more to have better internet. We have the best we can, and even we have drop frames and bad days, right? I'm trying to find out the game engine for Resident Evil 4, which apparently hasn't been officially announced. Okay, this is wild. So it must have been some internal setup, because it was definitely not UE4. So yeah, Resident Evil 4 BioWare, Resident Evil 4 VR was made in UE4. Yeah, the RE engine, but like, what was the original GameCube one made in? I guess the reason why I'm asking is because I want to know like how complex this was to port from Cube to PS and beyond. but I don't think we're going to get info on this. As an aside, friends, whilst we're deconstructing all this nonsense, I'd like to remind you once again about Safe Room, the organizational puzzle. It's worth noting that the attaché case and the inventory Tetris of it, while again it was not the first, for a lot of people who were used to playing more mainstream games, this was the first time they encountered it. And so, like, playing inventory Tetris with the attaché case becomes kind of a little mini game unto itself. You know, unlike games that would articulate on the idea later on, like, you know, Dead Space having an in-the-world, an always diegetic UI. Oh shit! What was the Thief-like title we played recently? I believe it's a indie title which had a physical attaché case you had to put in the world. Fuck, what was that game called? Gloom something. Gloomhaven? Gloomwood. Gloomhaven's the board game. I just thought that was fucking fascinating. But the Resident Evil series had primarily had this like lock slot inventory system, which I think was meant to be more evocative of the old point and clicks. And I guess they were still learning. There was a lot of arguments about the weapon slots for a long time, which I'm trying to remember if it was Resident Evil 2 or 1 that would do things like a pistol is 1 slot, but a shotgun is 2. However, later on, it would be things like a tiny wafer-thin piece of herb takes up a whole slot, and then so does a grenade launcher. The attaché case was fascinating because it was kind of a counter to that. It was something that had you directly think about the size of the items you were carrying with, and mean that you could not have every gun with you at all times, which is something that like the post-Doom Duke Nukem world had kind of instilled upon people. Now again, Resi 4 was not the first one to do this. We know that, you know. Most people probably encountered it from like System Shock or Deus Ex and things like that. But it was interesting to see it in a big, chunky, mainstream AAA game, you know? Yeah. So Gideon saying Stammering was saying the Moon engine apparently was the in-house engine for Resident Evil 4. Okay. I know zero about the Moon engine. Verdenflow saw it first time in Diablo. I guess, you know, the RPG inventory systems. I guess we didn't see it brought over to more action-orientated games until later. So fucking yo. Okay, so friendos. I need some food. I am trying to decide if there's anything else to be gained from another run of this, if there are any other little weird hooks or elements that I haven't found. Because the thing is, the reason why this is the demo, the reason why just this fight, just this area is what we're encountering, is that it is iconic, but also, even back in the GameCube days, all the weird shit that happened here was stuff that could happen. And aside from the cutting down the side of the building, I don't think I've encountered anything. But the fact that you can get trapped so easily, the building can be set ablaze behind you, the building brought down in front of you, and your only route out is swarming with varying villages. Like, if I remember rightly, like, the winning strategy used to be head to the wrong side of the exits, create a bottleneck, just cap faces, kick faces, cap faces, kick faces, hoover up the items, and when Chainsaw McGraw comes through, just play because you can you can then go and get the shotgun and extra items around the village afterwards. Actually, and I wonder if I save the knife, if I can cause more mischief. Apparently, oh yes, Fencer, the headshot kick combo still works, and it still has like multi-knockdown. Apparently, if you ditch every item that you can get the machine pistol, so that might be entertaining to have a little play with. Anyway, either way, friends, we're coming up on the 3-hour mark, and I desperately need a wee. So I might use the bathroom, maybe grab myself a sarnie. I love Resident Evil as a franchise, and I often think that for its schlock and its cheese, it does not get the recognition it deserves for how much it shaped and influenced video games as a medium. And so I'm always down to talk about this. Because then, like, friends, we can start talking about, like, the games that drew inspiration from the original Resident Evils. There are a buttload of games that have actively sought to be chunky, schlocky, PS1 era inspired tank control nightmares, which is warms my little heart. And there are ones that have tried to capture what Resident Evil was doing back in the day. Hell, at some point we've got to do Condemned, which is a first-person brawler with limited guns that Sega released, which is very evocative of what I felt early Resident Evil was trying to do, and would have done had they not come out on the PlayStation. But, yeah, I need a pee, I need Sani, and then we can decide if we want to play shooty machine gun bang, or if we just want to have a natter. It's up to us. It's Tuesday. We can do whatever the fuck we want. But we do it together. So feckin' yo. Is that the train to Resident Evil? Oh, I didn't think that were leaving till right later. You feckin' terrors. Alright. Try stuff my face and I shall say my thank yous. So who kicked us off? Wolfcrad, Sent Zero, Stammering, Favor 6. I see there. A group conspiracy of sorts. Oh, is there nothing to see here? Oh, I'm so sorry. That must have... Oh, I apologize. I must have missed... You know what? It's the terror of being back in Resident Evil 4. I must be hallucinating. The trade's a pure hallucination. You're delusional. You're seeing zombies and trains where there are none. You're right. Man. Ah! 13 sneaks and finally got caught. I was making a Sony. Oh no, okay, it is not. So Fencer says, are we doing machine pistol or what's KOTC? Acronyms are the bane of a dyslexic's life. Don't use actual math on the sneaks. No, all of you. Seriously, thank you. Right. Everything sucks right now. And we've only made it this far thanks to you lot. So thank you. Fencer, if you check the schedule, you will see. King of the Castle is on Thursday. Because we're not playing King of the Castle casually. No. I have Lineage. It is the continuation of the Shillamus bloodline versus you all miscreants. And apparently the... Can you tell me how to get to Resident Evil Street? It's by train. It's by train. There is no train in Ba Sing Se. So yeah, for those of you who are new here, I do post the schedule up for streams in the week over on the Discord. This week will change slightly. We will not, sadly, be having the Worms Armageddon tournament on Saturday. Sadly, Ben is unable to make it. But do know we will be doing something like that in April because Jump Leads cometh. Reshilladent Evil. I mean, Mr. Twitch is paying for this. Thanks, Mr. Twitch. Does it say King of the Castle on Tuesday? God. What has happened? Resi 4 demo, King of the Castle. Oh! But it listed Tuesday twice! Alright, let me update that. There we go. Yeah! It said Tuesday, Wednesday, Tuesday again. But what about second Tuesday? Damn it! Have you heard that muffled air horn sound in the background? That was Fiona being a terror. See what it is, friends, as I actually broadcast the Longship from a pocket dimension where it's always Tuesday, I have to remember to set the days for you lot, but for me it's an infinite Tuesday. Okay, so I've got to remember how to. I've got to remember how to do this. See if rock paper shotgun. How to unlock the machine pistol for this. Because what's fascinating is people are still finding things in this demo. If RPS has written about it. A respectable environment. Okay, Resident Evil demo mods include banana guns and Naked Leon. Oh, here we go. Contains a secret extreme difficulty mode. Okay. So Eurogamer spotted that there's an extreme difficulty mode, which apparently we haven't done well enough to trigger, so thanks, I guess. And Megaboss, congratulations. Angel Kalina, go get your phone charged. We'll see you later. Okay. Features a secret machine gun. Alright. Okie dokie. Once you get to the village, you run to where the church is and go left. Here you'll see a well, which usually sealed off, is now open. Ah, yes, we have to... Okay. The player needs to go to the basement section where you further into the first one. Once you've defeated them, discard every item in your inventory and head towards the village. Alright. We can do that.
September 30th, 1998. It's a day I'll never forget. The cop inside me died that day. And that night, Raccoon City was wiped out, thanks to the bioweapons created by Umbrella. Somehow I made it out, but too many others weren't so lucky. I was asked later to join a top-secret government program.
Austin
Not
quotes.
that I had a choice. The training, punishing missions, nearly killed me. But at least I kept my mind off everything. If I could just forget what happened that night. The pain, even for a second. This time, it can be different. It has to.
Forgive me for stuffing my face at the same time. Although I have wondered whether or not we need to do a stream of Resident Evil 8. I've been pondering that for a bit, and I'd be interested to hear your thoughts and feels, friends, while we're faffing about to unlock the machine gun. Because...
how far could he have gone?
Resident Evil 4 was a huge change for the series, and a big one. And then Resident Evil 7 was kind of, actually, the same kind of, like, technical jump. They changed how they told their story, they changed who you were and how you were presented in the space. Like,
anyone home?
Resident Evil 7's inspiration is very, very clearly shown. It is every, like, first-person horror title that we have seen for so long. It is a myriad of inspirations. Primarily from, like, the experimental PC space. And it's a very, very good game. So what is 8? I mean, it's still first-person. Ethan Winters and his continued crusade against Hans. Why does he hate him so much?
This is not good.
Okay. Now we head... So we head down to the basement. And then we get rid of, I think, every item. And then make a break for it, I guess? But the thing is, like, when you really consider it, what have people discussed about Resi 8? I mean, what do we hear? We hear a bunch of stories about Lady Dimitrescu. That's really it. Alright, come on, bastard.
No fucking way. This just keeps getting worse.
I think, yeah, now we can discard. Discard. And discard. So I think from here we just have to fucking sprint for it, right? Get the section when you run into the first bad guy. Once you defeated them, discard every item in your inventory and head towards the village, making sure not to pick up any items on the way. Once you are there, you need to run to where the church is and go left. Here you'll see a well that's usually sealed off that Leon can climb down. And now you'll find a treasure chest containing all goodies. Okay. Sorry, here's me musing at you all whilst trying to work out how to get all the sweet, sweet goodies. Bless you. Don't pick up any items. Leon, you don't have that gun anymore. I threw it away. Silly Leon. I don't need your special handgun.
Bruce.
But yeah, for those of you that have played through Resident Evil 8, I'm just curious as to your thoughts and feels on, I guess, what it has to say. You know, horror is very much an evolving genre. Good book boot. No stamina bar! Oh, crap, 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 crap.
Damn it.
Oh, you're fine, Leon. Don't worry about it. But yeah, what I'm really curious about is, like, does it have anything to say? Okay, so we go through. Sorry, mate. All right, here's the church. Here's left, and here's a well. And down here, oh fuck off, mate. Down here, goodies. Alright, here we go. TMP. Submachine gun ammo. Let's fucking go, me! I want to beg for ye! Kitchen knife. There we go. Alright, so regular cutlery will count as Alright, kids, don't disappoint me. It's time to do some murder. Take that, Father Christmas. So Time Warp was saying that Resident Evil 8 doesn't really have much of a message. Mechanically, it's sort of a... mechanically, it's a soft remake of 4. Definitely not tonally, though. It does have an incredible sequence of horror. Yes, I mean, I heard that much fair wedge. Especially when it comes to, like, the puppet show and shit like that. Right. No! Leon! It is interesting when one part of a game can be so influential that it ends up kind of overshadowing everything else. I did die. That's right, the square hole. Sage, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome! Welcome to the Resi demo. Oh yeah, Leon's hair is above reproach. Nice track, Granny. Forget they kind of fall on me. Let's fucking go! Alright, bear with me just a second, friends. I do love the fact that we have enough time to just calmly, you know, craft our own little special heals. Like, jobs are good, and don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Look, it's fine. Don't worry about it. can just sit here, take a look at this fancy garden. It's right, good. Sage just got back from the dog food store and is now poor again. We know that. Feeling well. But I got a budget sandwich from Freddy's. So I'm feeling pretty jovial. But yeah, so Time Warp, it is fascinating because I've not had enough time to really get into the guts of Resi 7. Sorry, Resident Evil 8. And as not that you need me to tell you, but you know, the Resident Evil games aren't always trying to say something artistically, you know? Kitchen knife! Get fucked! Yeah! The Gordon Ramsay special. No, I need you to jump out, mate. There we go. Oh, feck off! Bloody no! Bad Gran. Please ignore the spicy bowl. Oh, and that's me in the corner. That's me out of ammo. Trying to fucking break.
You gotta be kidding me.
Oh, wrong button. Wrong button. And Fearless, thank you for gifting us the Time Warp. That's fucking cool of you. No, Vault, Vault, Vault! Aha! Chainsaw Man is not happy with me! No! Let's just quickly hoof some drugs. Jobs are good. Jobs are good. Leon, you could just get high as balls, mate. There's no law saying you have to be stone cold sober for this mission. Alright, come on, ring the bell, ring the bell. I'm out of ammo. I'm out of hope. All out of love. Oh good, it's all handgun ammo. No, 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 no! No! What? Wait, I thought I'm the one who's supposed to be able to do that. Alright, come on. Chainsawman. Get fecked. Huh? Oh, almost got two. Now, apparently, I'll have the TMP for future runs, so jobs are good. But yeah, so Sage, aside from the crushing life of dog ownership, how are you doing? Not saying that your dogs are that, but that is a large proportion of my day. Less killed, less money made. Oh, great. Thank me for playing. Thank you for playing. All right, once more with feeling. Apparently, I haven't done well enough to unlock the Super Cool Kid mode, so we'll give this once more.
September 30th.
Oh, but yeah. So how's it been going with all of your lovely selves? I didn't really tell you any of the stories that are going on with myself. I did go to sober on Saturday night. Sadly, it was...
How far could he have gone?
It was pretty much over before it started, which was a little frustrating, I will say. Apparently, GameWorks doesn't have the staff these days. But, yeah, I got there at about 7-ish. And, like, the meet was over by, like, 10 to 8 o'clock. Then GameWorks only stayed open until 10 o'clock. Like, they called last orders at 9:30. So I had the big sads because it was like the first time in ages I'd gotten out the house to be like a person. Okay.
This is not good.
Yay! Gun friend! Friend! Sage, I think I've seen pictures of your Lilith cosplay. It's very impressive. Look, I got a machine gun now. Not quite so worried about these wankers. But yeah, so I did get to go to sober, which was nice, but it finishing so early was just... You know when you've psyched yourself up to finally go out, you finally got away from the responsibilities and tribulations that we face, and then you're like, oh, finally, I can sit down and... Last orders! I'm like, what? I was like, I didn't think the clocks went forward until... Ah, piss.
Hey.
And honestly, friends, that was really pretty much it. Sunday I got to do some cool filming stuff. And honestly, it's not super secret, so I basically got to be MC, host, if you will, for a PAX Online panel for PAX East.
What was that?
So Eric is doing, or I should say did, the Make a Game in an Hour panel, but online this time. So...
No fucking way. This just keeps getting worse.
So yeah, I got to be MC as Zalavir and Zalavir Keldra? No, Keldra is one of... Why am I so bad at remembering names? Yeah, Eric Zalavir and the artist individual who I hate that I'm blanking on their name. Sleep deprivation sucks, my friend. Yeah, no, I'm drawing a complete blank. But anyway, they made a game in an hour, and they asked me to basically play host for them. So I got them to talk through their process and what was happening and stuff like that. And you've all met... Oh, sorry, for those of you who didn't play a shit ton of Resi 4, the TMP can be stupid powerful because just got to hit him one good time. Just one good time in the noggin, and then let Leon's feeties do all the talking. But yeah, so that was my Sunday. Then, like a lot of people, I watched the grand finale of The Last of Us TV show, which is where I posted that thing on Monday morning being like, this is your get out of the discourse free token. You don't have to discuss the ending to The Last of Us. You don't owe anybody anything. You can just not. And this is not because the ending of the video game is bad or anything. It's just that when The Last of Us came out in 2013, you couldn't swing a cat. You also still can't swing a cat, nor should you. But no, you couldn't take 2 digital steps online without somebody screaming their opinion as to, you know, how the game should have ended. Who was right, who was wrong, what was the, air quotes, correct choice. And it's just exhausting. And that is a conversation that has started up again. And I'm really happy for people who had never played the game, who'd only watched the show, because there's a reason why The Last of Us, you know, sits with everybody. Now, I will always put forward that The Last of Us' greatest strength was that it always felt like an open world game, even though it absolutely wasn't. And that in those final sections, it does such an incredible job of conveying the emotion of the characters that it's like the exact opposite of ludonarrative dissonance. It's like ludonarrative synchronicity. At least for me personally, I felt the same feelings as my character at the same time as they were feeling them, and it came together. So yeah. Sorry, Crow. I'm not killing you for coins. We don't kill crows in this house. Even for more gun tokens. And Shackle Draconis, Watto and welcome. How are you doing, friend? But yeah, that was kind of like my Sunday. Yesterday, we're just trying to get everything done and sorted and ready for GDC. Managed to get a bunch of new clothes from... managed to get a bunch of clothes from Goodwill, so I'm not going to look like a ragamuffin. Even if they are sort of the dead man's jeans. And that was really the long and short of it. Caught up with a friend yesterday evening, which was real nice. You know, I've been trying to explain to a few friendos that I don't have a lot of free time these days. And that's not from, like, you know, being locked away in a tower like Rapunzel or from, you know, burnout. It's literally just from, you know, the animals take a lot of time to look after, and that's not anybody's fault, you know. I'm not going to chuck the baby boy out in his arse. Also be interested to know in this, like, what constitutes the most cash per kill? Alright. Come on, bastards. Just to get a wee bit closer. Yeah, that's how we get it done. Oh shit, is he gonna turn? Oh shit, yeah! I didn't think we'd get to see this early. That's fascinating. Sorry, I apologise that I'm just poring over the details in this, but I cannot tell you how much of a Resident Evil fan I was when 4 dropped. Because here's the thing, I saved up, I worked my arse off, and I got a GameCube back in the day. Mainly to play Phantasy Star Online with friendos. But I made the mistake again. It's interesting that this doesn't cost you... Like, in the demo, that's not taking any health away. I'm still trying to remember if there's a way to... Sorry, there's some, like, core memory that's still locked that tells me that there's something in here that you used to be able to do back in the day to get extra goodies. I cannot remember. Hey, Krypton, I haven't been able to suplex anybody yet, so it's not proper Resident Evil. Chonra says they're curious about the ammo crafting, at least assuming that's why you're getting gunpowder. Yes, well, the good thing is that it actually tells us all the crafting recipes that we know. So it's all about like gunpowder and then parts or materials. So we need 5 gunpowder and 1 material to make ammo for the pistol. Shotgun, a lot more. Yeah, Uberdan, there was an egg or a golden egg in there. Like, I'm not going completely doolally-tap. Because it used to be one of like the top early cheeky unlocks. Okay, that makes me feel better because I knew there was something. Oh. Nice to know I wasn't the only one, Uberdan. Nice to know I wasn't the only one. But yeah, so that was my Monday. We're just catching up with friends and trying to get as much done as I could. Like, over the last couple of days, Fiona's been feeling much better, which has leveled things out quite nicely. Oh, look! Heads. Oh god. Did that always fall off? Bop it! Stab it! Twist it! Break it! Leon Kennedy! It does unfortunately mean, friends, that we're going to have a rash of people wearing these lambs... Is it lambskin? Lamb... These jackets are annoyingly going to come back into nerd circles again. I don't dislike their design or anything like that, but a lot of the time they're extremely warm, and those can contribute to con heat and con stank quite well. The cosplayers among you will know that when people go for like replica costumes and don't take into consideration overheating, that it can get messy. Yeah, so if we go through the window, that does alert them. And they bring the ladders, so we can't sneak up to the upper levels just yet. So, let's see if we can sneak up and round. Do. So fun fact, all of the drops that you get in these particular areas, they're all designed to tweak the difficulty. So if you're wondering like why sometimes I get a pack of ammo and sometimes I get health and sometimes I just get like, you know, a little bit of cash. The cash is given to me when I'm doing well so that I don't end up with a surplus of items. It's essentially like we talked about like dynamic difficulty scaling, and that's a big part of it. Oh yeah, and Phyllis, yeah, the furry community have loads of great like ways to stay cool in, you know, large scale costumes. But what tends to happen is you get guys who want to just cosplay as a Leon.
Here we go.
Is this open? No, it is closed. Fuck. I'm in trouble. Oh, you should be feckin' toast, mate. Oh! Legs of steel! Never fear, Simon Belmont is here! I want to. Sorry, I don't think I can get through this section without. Ow! I'll notice they've actually put down bear traps and shit. Sorry, let me just craft up some drugs. It is interesting that the downstairs area, the under basement, hasn't been opened up, yet we start with a TMP. Don't go towards the burning cow, because that's bad. There we go! Back of the fucking neck. Wait, how are you still alive? Alright, so, mistakes have been made! Mistakes have been made! Ow! You guys are not nice! Yeah! Explosions! I felt pretty good about that. Top score! Okay, that is definitely enough Resident Evil for us today. Or at least for unlocks on this one. No, thank you for playing. Oh, so yeah, this is coming out in... Shite. This is coming out in a week and change. It'll be interesting to see how this does, and I just want to brace us all for the it's not as good as it was back in my day versus... Alright, let me just stop tracking the bounty. End tracking. Sorry, I want to brace us all for the it's not as good as it was back in my day versus the that Resident Evil sure is overhyped. Unfortunately, it is a bout of conversation we're going to have to put up with. That's just how it is with these things. You'll are no secrets to... No. Exit. There we go. You'll are no secrets to this. Oh, my word. You're no strangers to this. We're no strangers to love. Alright. Now, give me some happy Jet Set Radio after that. I don't think there was anything else that I hadn't really covered from the whole, like, Capcom eras. You know, it makes me happy that Capcom is still one of the big parts of the industry, and the thing that is, I think, very important to take into consideration now, especially with how Square Enix is handling things, you know, with large swaths of the industry being absorbed by larger pieces, is that, you know, these kinds of changes have come and gone. No company is perfect forever. No one can continuously handle a franchise with no failings. And for every Resident Evil 4, there's a Resident Evil 6, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, Razor, that was still one of the most fascinating things. Sorry, Razor was saying they haven't played a Resident Evil since the first one, and the dogs jumped through the window and scared them. In the remake of Resident Evil 1, they purposefully mistime it. So they show you they do a lightning flash at the exact time where in the original game the dogs jump through the windows. And they leave it until way later on, and then they get you with the jump scare. They also added the concept of Crimson Skulls, which was zombies that you stabbed but like didn't shoot in the head, who would come back as a far more aggressive brand of zombie. Brandy, if you will. Sorry, just rechecking our notes on the Capcom 5. Oh yeah, I mean, Razor. Someone mentioned Signals or Signalis. I believe it's Signalis, right? Signalis, which is a reworking of kind of like the tank controls style Resi horror. Oh yes, and as Chorner says, it's still on Game Pass. Obtuse controls can create panic. They can create a situation where you're essentially disempowered because it is difficult and slow to aim weapons and to get out of scraps. Now, I'm not usually a fan of inconveniencing the player for the sake of challenge, but for the sake of horror, I think it can be done incredibly well. Now, I do want to play Signalis for you all at some point. I'd been stalking that game on like Screenshot Saturday and indie sites for ages. And then it did gangbusters. So I didn't feel like we had to jump on it. Do you know what I mean? It didn't need us to sing its praises. And Fencer, as for what the plan is now, well, we find ourselves at a questionable time. We are about 4 hours into a stream. It's not quite enough to dive into things. But also, I don't want to stop hanging out with you all, so... Wafflemancy?
It's a brand new day in Tokyoto. Headlining the news is the recent statement from Goji Rokaku on the graffiti gangs plaguing the city. Quote,
oh yeah, Chorner is like it's an absolute bang.
Areas to make sure these terrorists are behind bars where they belong.
Sorry, I was reading Chorner was saying that they fired up, I assume you mean Signalis, and before the monsters started showing up, you were required to pick up the King in Yellow. Yeah, that old chortle. Do you know what? Do you know what we could finish up? Friends, we could finish up SCP Secret Files. Because I think there's only about like an hour and change left in that, and it was a fascinating game. Like, a collection of exceptional different titles. And Fencer, we're doing King of the Castle on Thursday, and as I said, that is an event. That's not a casual throwaway thing that we do on a Tuesday afternoon. I mean, we could also work on some Gandams, but I don't have the top-down cam set up. So you just have to look at me looking at Gandams and see none of them. But no. One of the things that's important, especially as we get into these like gigantic Steam libraries and digital collections, is sometimes you've got to think about games not just as a slot dropped into a time, but like their effect, their group density, you know? Looking at them more like a fancy bottle of wine than just some kind of like throwaway entertainment. And especially when it comes to group games, nothing kills it faster than throwing it on at the right time, and nobody wants to play it, and nothing's going on, everyone's like, nah, I'm good. Do you know what I mean? Now, the reason I'm thinking about the SCP Secret Files is I think we cleared like 80% of it. And one of the early ones was kind of like a reworking of King and Yellow type thing. If you didn't see it, SCP The Secret Files is a mostly walking sim type title. You play a newly hired archivist at an SCP facility where you take reports from varying fields and contabulate them. One of the early ones was this cursed play that everyone who read the play became embroiled in it. Verdant Flow says, it's queue up a walking sim. Shenanigans. I know what you're doing. Does it simulate the art of walking? Technically, yes. But once again, video game genres are so fucking wild in that they are named by themselves. God.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. I got a new flavor coffee.
Oh yes, Red Burning Dragon. It was the Hanged King's play, a cursed text that was unleashed on a group of people. Is Octodad a walking sim? Why you like this? But no, so SCP Secret Files did a very, very good job of doing little vignettes told from the perspective of an archivist, and I really wanted to finish it with you all, but there wasn't enough time. Sorry, it wasn't long enough for us to finish without doing another game. So I think I might throw that on in just a second. Now, despite its title, SCP Secret Files wasn't really a scary game. It's a story game with that kind of Twilight Zone horror elements that make you think. And honestly, one of the midsections, the Paper Dragons, I believe, was so heartwarming and so lovely. So, there was also one we had to basically be like a garbage collector in an infinite desert. That was fascinating. Yeah, so from what I understand, we have one more like story to tell plus the meta story. And I'm always fascinated by the SCP collections because the idea of a like non-centralized group collective creating this level of like cultural impact makes me so happy. Oh, Pun's got the First Contact DLC for Stellaris. Lovely. Is that one of the new ones? Go have a look at. It still blows my mind that the Stellaris core is only $10. Oh no, it's on sale for the next 17 hours. First Contact Story Pack. Reviews are very positive.
To prove your worth as a human being and as an artist, and I'm like, no, I can't actually, but I can dramatically arrange 7 to 10 layers of
one of these days I'll get to play Stellaris in my own volition. One of these days. But it is not this day.
I can do it on my phone right now. And would you like me to do that? And they say no. And I walk away.
I mean, the other option we have, dear friends, is that we can bring our adventures to a close. We are absolutely spoilt for cool people to hang out with. And the internet is vast and varied. Stammering, you down for some SCP? Okay. As long as one of you wants to keep hanging out. Yes, I am sometimes very paranoid that I am enforcing myself upon you all. And Jealous would also like to see the SCP thing. Okay. Well then, lovely. Let's let me move my plate and start getting this started. This was a lovely gift from a friend. It's the Sphinx from one of my favourite series. They're very judgy. They know what's up. Oh. Okay. Okay. Let's get another game going. Excuse me. There we go. Oi! Even me bloody tunes are haunted! Yeah, so what I will say, friends, is that we played through the majority of the Secret Files so far, and that even if you see the ending with us, the early stories are semi-self-contained, and this isn't just another, oh, sure hope Slenderman doesn't show up with his long fingers, or like, oh wow, we have to walk down an infinite corridor till Spider goes ooga booga booga. Like, these look at a more human side of this kind of operation, and it's something that we saw a lot of in Control. Although the interesting thing about Control is it didn't always clarify why people stuck around. That was the thing that I'd still like to deconstruct. I mean, the obvious one is, like, once you are privy to the great truths of the world, can you look away? But that's another conversation. Kai says, no, Backrooms is a different IP. Yeah, hardy bloody har. Here we go, settings. Oh, sadly this one doesn't have controller settings. All right, well, let me rearrange my posture. I mean, I know Fearless and I have talked about this a lot. There is more SCP media out there than one could healthily consume in a reasonable amount of time. One of the ones that I really enjoyed was actually a little film series, originally as a machinima, but then evolved into kind of a live-action series that takes the concept of like these shooty gun bang task squads in this and treats them with a level of oh, actually I have to leave my office for a second, that's why I can't touch things. Sorry, it takes the concept of like the shooty gun bangsman and applies it to these particular environments. Go to the elevator and head to Sector B24. And I don't know if Fearless or Peeps are currently hanging around. If you can find, I believe it's Overlord is the big one. I genuinely enjoyed how they treated the concept of, you know, military people being applied to a lot of these situations, because it got me kind of to do the stop and think that we kind of get a lot of the same tropes, most of which are born from, let's be frank, aliens. You know, the idea of the Oorah Marine thrown against the unknown that panics, freaks out, and, you know, and is done. I found it quite strange and almost a spot disingenuous in later Alien franchises when people know what aliens are and they still have that same kind of like, reaction. Yeah, Fearless, thank you. With Overlord, and also Dollhouse is brilliant as well. They're both live action bits. And it takes a much more kind of grounded look at what a group of... Sorry, I feel like saying military personnel puts me in the category of those absolute industry wankers. Shooty gun bangsman feels more whimsical. But yes, people who have gone through military training, who are faced with situations beyond their understanding. And then you take people like, you know... God, why do I keep forgetting what the Bureau of... oh my god. No, I've completely forgot the name of the agency from Control. I'm a terrible fan. But you take groups like that, who routinely interact with concepts beyond the unknown, and how military training then applies to all of that is something that I find like a fascinating topic. Federal Bureau of Control. Thank you, Kite-ish. And Moose, thank you. That's one of the other things I love about talking with you lot, is that I can semi-outsource my knowledge. Okay, so we need to take the lift up to B24. Okay. Now, I will admit, I do appreciate what Control did with the concept of the SCP, because the SCP is so many different creative minds all pouring into each other, and there's a level of impossibility. Plus, once you start getting far enough in, there's like counter groups and like other organizations operating, you know, against the wishes of the SCP Foundation, and it unfortunately suffers from an age-old problem, which is that certain parts of it get over-explained, which is why it's almost more interesting to experience them either in game little snippets like this, or in things like Control, which are, for all intents and purposes, like SCP Unique Edition. Alright, so enter the room and wait for a work notification. Amnesiac register form. Lawrence, Sophie, Sebastian, dosage. Alright. Don't bake bread in the lounge. You feel nauseous? 0426. Alright, 0426. If I can utilize you all as my outsourced memory. 0426. Oh.
Carl, you'll have to follow my instructions. Do exactly as I say. There is an access card on the desk. Take it and exit through the door on the other side. The passcode is 0426. Find room B426 and run the program on the computer.
Alright, so this is Carl Astana's code. Clearance 3. Temporary access, right. Multigrain toast. Healthy eating. Live well. Aw, I love toast. Toast. Somebody looked at bread and went, let's do that again. Somebody looked at bread and went, encore. Wonder what the password could be. So Fearless, that is an interesting one. So Fearless was saying they've noticed something, that most SCP wiki material, the items are short story. Yes. The idea is that each inventoried item is meant to come from somewhere, and that it's either through its cataloging or through its interactions, is the story. Most SCP games are walking simulator types. Yes, the SCP as a creative environment grew to prominence kind of in its own little bubble. And a lot of the early kind of, I don't want to say adopters, but the people early on who were very inspired by it, they weren't necessarily the most technically capable in terms of like video gaming stuff, right? So walking sims are simple to make, but they can sure as shit make it work. And then was saying that most SCP videos are paranormal, paramilitary stuff. Yes. Shooty gunbang and good, realistic feeling shooty gunbang is bloody hard to make. Now, it is getting easier as a lot of the off-the-shelf solutions that you can buy in Unity and Unreal are really well made now. But there is a hyper-realistic squad shooter based on like SCP stuff coming out, which I continuously forget the name of. Actually, as we're having like a Fafamancy day, let me just grab you the name of it. Alright. Of course they didn't put SCP in the bloody title. Let's see if I can remember where it is. You know, it's fine. My games wish list is only 1,000 games long. It's fine. It's totally fine. But the thing is, friends, if I don't find it now, it will annoy the shit out of me for the rest of the day. It's not Marauders. That's the space one. But yeah, jumping back. The reason why I think Fearless, a lot of the SCP video stuff is based around the paramilitary, the shooty gunbang, and the challenge is because those individuals would love to create something that is, you know, that experience. However, it's so difficult to make, and it's so difficult to make well. I mean, I'm still impressed that the main Mother Hubbard, the what is it, SCP Containment Breach, that they succeeded in making that a multiplayer title. Because, as I'm sure you all are aware, making a multiplayer game is a fucking nightmare. Like, it is so much work. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so the game is called SCP 5K. And it is a tactical group shooter. SCP 5K. It is on early access on Steam. And, oh, this is bad. Oh, good. Oh, good. Would you like a completely pointless fact? I'm going to assume yes. One of the initial pitches for Soma, the seminal horror works by the Amnesia team, was going to be more in line with an SCP facility before they initially made the change. Well, the changes they did. I don't want to spoil it. Soma is still incredible. But if you watch the early live-action adverts and trailers for it, you can see that it's going for this more like contained testing environment type setup. I'm sure this is fine. They wouldn't be recording me with 4 cameras if it wasn't fine, right? And yeah, you know what, Favor 6, I don't know what I was saying. You're right. Multiplayer is easy. Just hit the add multiplayer button and then choose like MMO, hot seat. Make sure to select AAA graphics from the drop-down menu. Alright, so all non-level D staff covered in this manual have had their identities obscured. The events recorded in this manual can be accessed via the digital library. Level 3 authorization required. Use of this manual is covered by the confidentiality clause, which involves explosions. You know what, Moose, you're entirely right. Yeah, it's the Gandhi conundrum. Like, the amount of cameras viewing you while you do something is how bad it is. Up to 3 cameras. 4 and beyond loops back around to being totally safe and fine. Any staff found in breach of the clause will be subject to immediate demotion. Confirm. Confirm. Do. Safety instructions. Let's be safe together. Experiment log 4261. Test subject D81. Date of test Juan, the 7th of Juan, 20 Juan. Description: test subject D08, named here Jason Garius, is a 28-year-old black male in good health with no history of mental illness. He was sentenced to life imprisonment for murder. Nicknamed Chimney, don't ask. His physiological condition was normal before he entered sight. However, he developed negative and pessimistic tendencies while in prison, along with several symptoms of nicotine addiction. Physical examination show that D081 did not acquire any physical disabilities. Jaded, skeptical, and exhausted. It's me! Life and living are tough, when being awake and sleep are no longer regular. Only the number of cigarettes left can give me general sense of time. Only smoking can get me out of bed. Oh, smoking! And you know what, yeah, Angelus, you're not wrong. In a company and an operation where a demotion means you might be the snacky treat for something horrible. They didn't even provide me a mirror, but I don't need to see my face. Got the cigarette pack. One small single bit, but cozier than the one in jail. Why do they give us something that we won't even have the chance to use? It's a power socket. I need to smoke on the toilet first. Cellmate's like, well, at least you're still alive. That's right, man. I've been paying attention. I'm just gonna keep changing voices until I stop finding it funny. I've been paying attention, you know. I can feel your life energy. What? Not just yours, but all lives. The transitions that happen. Making the most of life transitions is a beautiful thing, and they exist in abundance here. How the fuck you talking about? They always lead to the unknown opportunities, where everything is uncertain. I can see man-made chaos, distorted by another force that can't be called life. Idiot. Anyway, at least you're still alive. I amuse myself, friends. Watching the Walking Dead and realising that I'd probably be in the talks to himself to amuse himself category of goes loopy in the Zombocalypse. This is pretty much on point. Yeah, what a great ending. Excuse me, D081, time for your tusk. Let me finish this cigarette. Oh, come here. Give me a break. Don't always follow orders. Can't even smoke anymore. God's like, hurry up. New on this season of My Cellmate is an Esper. Welcome to the worst isekai scenario ever. The Truck-kun is, in fact... Nope. Truck-kun is, in fact, an SCP. So there's also something to note here is that these are a lot of off-the-shelf Unity assets. And what's interesting is like the boxy familiarity and the whimsy of it really does offset how one would be feeling. Because here's the thing. Up until this point, we have left our office. We've gone to a place we're not supposed to, and an unknown voice has told us to take a security card to a place. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, that cracked right up on me. Yeah, and Phyllis, you're right. Like, it feels like these are mostly pre-rendered backgrounds. It feels like, you know, an up-resed Final Fantasy VII era title. Alright. No weapons, no metal, and no smoking in the observation room. No smoking? You got something against me? Show his hands. It's alright. Yeah, Headbutting Dragon. We've seen the best and worst of the facility, and we, as an individual, have been lured into this room, surrounded by cameras, dark lit, and we're either reading this file or playing this. It's not quite sure. And so the standard... Oh, okay, I shouldn't say standard, but the Unity asset set assets plus the pre-rendered backgrounds is essentially luring us into, like, a false sense of security. Ah! D018, it is I! Dr. Havel! I can hear you, mate. What do you want me to do this time? Ah! There's a room at the bottom floor. Your task is to enter the room and observe the object on the table. Come back and report your findings once you've completed the D observations. Do you understand? SCP Foundation's full of fucking freaks. Oh, Jesus, I'll never get used to this. Can't make it something less gross. Camera's keeping a hawk eye on us. Oh, this painting is called Los Angeles at 4 AM. Interesting. This is a poster of an opera. These freaks watch opera. Oh, opera. Because are you kidding me? Yo, doctor, look, can you hear me? There's nothing wrong, right? Alright, let's just observe the toaster. What's up, toaster? Seems like we're doing good. Yeah, as you said, Moose, there's nothing wrong because there's 4 cameras. If there had been 3, then we'd need to worry. There's also a familiarity with the music here that I think makes it very, very easy to... Guess we just gotta just hang the fuck out. Observe that shit. Yeah, it's just a toaster. What could go wrong? Oh shit. Gavin's like there should only be 3 cameras. Containment breach! Bwah, bwah. Nope, sorry. Oh, there we go. Hello there. We're looking at a toaster. Okay, looks like what I need to observe is in here. What the hell is this? It's a bloody toaster. I'll have a cigarette first. Where are my cigarettes? Haha, they'll never guess where I hid them. Nature's storage solution. What if Red Burning Dragon, I Am Bread is the prequel to this? Actually, friends, while he's smoking up a storm, will you give me 2 seconds? I'm just going to get some water. Like, I'm having the big yawns, but I shouldn't be because I do not feel tired. And I think it's just, I need some water. So I'll leave you all to look at the toaster, and what could go wrong? What could go wrong? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Thank you all for waiting. And stammering. Thank you for the bits. I think I've been a bit manic today. I've definitely been a bit manic the last like day and change. So like one on top of thank you for the bits. Thank you for letting me just rave about Resident Evil earlier. Like, I'm not saying it's the greatest game series ever made with no flaws, but it's definitely one of the ones that shaped how I looked at games. So thank you. Anyway, oh, let me unplug this controller because it doesn't bloody work with this bloody game. Although this game will be coming out on consoles later in the year, so if you have hand problems like me, it'll be ideal for you. Anyway, I got me Liquid Death! Liquid Death! Please sponsor me! I'm very poor, and I buy your products! That should be my pitch. You all can send that to him. Anyway. Do you see that? Return to the lab, and everything was fine. Also, I don't know if you've noticed, the music's picked up pace. Sorry, so we can start reporting. Well, on the table, I'm a toaster. I'm about 7 inches wide, 6 inches tall, and I'm made of stainless steel. Dr. Hamill says, anything else? What else? I'm not sure what else you want me to say. Anything else? I'm not sure what else you want me to say. I'm a toaster. Put bread in my slot. I make a perfect fucking piece of toast. That's what I'm fucking all about, me. I make fucking toast. I'm a fucking toaster. Dr. Hamill's like, good. You can go back to your room now. Good? Why not you say? T-81 return to their living quarters. And the other guy's like, hey, Chimney, there's something different. There's a wonderful smell to you. What is it? I sense now you're going to experience a new life, a different kind of existence. That of a toaster. Oh shit, that sounds fucked up, man. You've changed. You are no longer bound by limitations, much like my
Would you like some toast? Some nice hot crisp brown buttered toast? No? How about a muffin then? Nothing? You know the last time you had toast? 18 days ago, 11.36.
2 rounds. I mean, what's the point of buying a toaster with artificial intelligence if you don't like toast? I mean, this is my job. That is cruel. It's just cruel. And then the great bit earlier on is Lister trying to sing Fly Me to the Moon. Toaster's like, ah, God, you're out of key. It's like, you do better. And the Toaster's like, fly me to the moon and let me bamf. Detroit Become Toaster, one of David Cage's seminal works. There's no beginning and end, only chaos. Oi, can you shut up? Is this the end of life? I don't know. Maybe you're evolving. Why am I even trying to understand what you are saying? You're feeling different now, am I right? I'm on the edge of just going full on goofy. I do feel strange. I'm just tired. Life needs motivation. Maybe you just need a cigarette. A cigarette? No. I don't need a cigarette. I need to charge up because I'm a toaster. I need to be plugged in to start working. Wow, I'm a toaster. Fucking love it. I'm gutted we didn't get to this point when we were doing the first run. It feels so good! What was I doing? Oh, I need to charge. Yeah, gotta charge myself up. Kind of hot. There we go. And I'm a 4-slot toast, which means I'm classy as. Alright. Now, charge me up. Damn, there's no plug. They gave me all these cigarettes, but no plug. Maybe I can make one myself. Got a piece of iron pipe. Got a piece of cloth. Got wire. I need to figure out how to make a plug. Yeah, that's gotta be it. There we go. There's a plug socket. Good, this is it. I can't wait to charge up. The comedy's boing is just perfect. Test report. D081 observed SCP-426 closely for 30 minutes. During questioning, he could only provide a first-person description of the toaster. SCP-081 returned to his cell and began experiencing hallucinations, believing that he was a toaster. They died of electrocution after plugging in a self-made metal object into a socket because he felt that he required charging. I'm a toaster, I'm a toaster, I'm a toaster. Alright, next toaster contestant. Alright, so this is D82. Dorothy Wilson. Dorothy Wilson is 68 years old, a white female with no history of mental illness. 028 psychological evaluation results were unknown when she entered site. The analysis shows that she is mentally strong and resistant to interrogation. Oh. That's weird, Dustin. It sounds like you wrote, "Okay, Google, play the toaster song." Wait to see if Fiona notices. I should probably continue this.
What did you do?
I got it to play the toaster song.
It's not the toaster song.
It's Toast by the Monkees.
You could have gotten DMCA'd, you dum-dum.
I was worth it for the bit.
We were so confused.
In fairness, Dustin wanted me to play Nickelback, so this was the... Dustin, I want you to know you just got side-eye.
Side-eye! Side-eye!
It's alright. Our character turned into a toaster and then tried to make themselves a metal plug because they can't make toast unless they're plugged in. And then they died horribly. So, next contestant!
Ah, the final bath bomb.
Fiona! Doodaloo-doo.
I said what I said.
Dustin says happy birthday.
Thank you.
If anyone understands getting toasted, it's Fiona. And the other person says, I'm sorry! Maybe I misheard you were shouting. Oh, how rude of me. What was I yelling about? Every time I fall asleep, I think I'll never wake up again. You were yelling, bread! Give me bread! Oh, fucking bread! I dreamt about my children. Whenever I think of them, it fills me with regret for what I did. 7 months ago, I was diagnosed with cancer. Oh my god, I'm so sorry to hear that, Mrs. Wilson. I've made lots of mistakes in my life. I came here of my own free will, you know, and I think of this as a kind of redemption. Yeah, Pun Spectre, this is either a prequel or a demake of I Am Bread. I mean, sentient bread trying to toast itself is a fucking SCP right there, let's be honest. Oh, I'm sorry. Can't chat anymore. I can tell you more about my children next time. There will not be a next time. People should take care of how they look, even when they're old. Alright. Maybe I should return the stolen access card under my pillow. Okay, D28, time for your task. Hello, young man. You don't look very happy today. What happened? Guard's like, ... I'm not going back to that empty room for another day, am I? Guard's like, ... I know I shouldn't complain, but it's awfully boring. God, with the dots. Well, don't mind me nagging. You know, I don't have much time left. I think the other thing that a lot of the SCP titles have kind of understood is how to create the rhythm. Create a rhythm in your game to simulate the mundane. Prepare for security check. Oh, you're always scanning. You don't trust me. Alright. Seems like you don't want to talk today. That's fine. Because they know Nanak here is about to meet the toaster. Oh, Horse Ninja. Good evening. Watto and welcome. Good morning, Dr. H. Ah! 82. My dear, you call me Dottie. You'll be in the innermost room today. Your task is to observe the object on the table. Then come back here to report your findings. Right. He really should be more clear about these tasks. But this one sounds simple enough, just as well. Might not be able to stand for too long. Yeah, and Kaitush, they do. Like, they do have that kind of like that ocular kind of observation. Who wants some fucking... This looks familiar. I'm sure the empty room I was in before was just next door. Right. Open up the toaster. I remember I need to observe. Yes, just observe. What up, toaster? Oh! Is that my tinnitus flaring up? Or did I just hear something wonderful? And then 82 returned to the lab to report to the doctor. You can start your report! To be honest, I'm not sure this is what you need, dear. Start your report. Well, I'm a toaster, about this wide and this high. Oh, and my youngest daughter uses the same model as me. I'm teal green. I think I look good in this colour. Yes, I like this coat of paint. I think I can still work. What else? Oh, that's all I can say. Sorry, I'm not as good at observing. I'm not as observant as I used to be. It's the fact that it makes us walk all the way down there, but then makes us, then just gives us that cute little loading bar to return. Oh, hey, Mrs. Wilson, how are you feeling? I don't know. I mean, how do you feel after the task? Oh, I feel not too bad. Yes, I feel like I'm good. That's great, Mrs. Wilson. To be honest, I was a little worried. Much like my accent. I feel good. I feel great. Yes, wonderful. I have to do something. What do you mean you have to do something? Mrs. Wilson? Mrs. Wilson? Do you know what? There's a little voice in my head. I think it's time for me to fulfill my duty. I'm a toaster. Time to get to work. How logical. Let's make toast. Ah.
4.416666666666667 years. Good years. Even the partial one so far.
Well, I'll tell you this, Sean. Like the time I get to spend with you lot here has been wonderful. And touch wood. Yeah, by this time next month it will have been over 5 years. Looking forward to it. How are you doing, friend? Putting together varying GDC flavored nonsense. We've made a Longship and Friends little Discord group. I don't know if that's any interest to you because I know you're in a lot of Discord groups. I got added to one of the main ones, but unfortunately so did less reputable elements. So I don't know how I feel about that still. How are you? We're playing the last, I guess the back 9 of SCP, which one's this one? No, this isn't 5K. 5K was the one we were looking at. We're playing the back, SCP Secret Files. Kind of like a collection of short story video games based around the SCP stuff. Oh god. Sean for GDC is doing the meetings on meetings. I think those meetings have meetings inside them. Well, I'll be up in the gardens pretty much most of the time when I'm not touring the show floor, so if you need a break and a breather, that's where you find me. Okay, so there's not enough bread to toast. Found stolen access card. I am bread. I am bread. I am bread. I am bread. Work, work, bread, bread! I can toast any kind of bread there is. Bread, bread, work, work! This is not... I can toast so much more bread. I know, and Phyllis, again, like, thank you so much for sorting us out for an expo pass. I'm glad you got an extra one. And I'm so looking forward to kind of, like, recording and deconstructing the show floor. Anyway, no problem for me. I'm the best model ever made. Work, work, work! More bread, more bread! I don't like where this is going, but it's death by bread! Oh, why is this bread taking so long to toast? Test report. 82 observed the subject closely for minutes. 5 minutes later, she could only provide a first-person description of SCP-426, the toaster. After that point, 82 began to develop hallucinations 50 minutes after returning to her cell. She believed that she was a toaster and that she needed to toast bread. She died of internal bleeding due to acute gastric dilation. The autopsy found, 16 kilos of undigested bread still in her stomach. Bread makes you fat. But yeah, so Sean, it's going to be lovely to see you. Again, if you want me to add you to our little, like, GDC Friends of Longship setup, I'm more than happy to do so, but like I said, okay. Last but by no means least, we did get an achievement called I Need to Work. Okay. So this is a 38-year-old man, D038, Adam Moria. White male, no history of mental illness, sentenced to life imprisonment for murder. Psychological evaluation results show that he had an irrevertible violent and manic tendencies before entering site. Remarks D83 yelled, "I'm a toaster, my insides need to be cleaned," after coming into contact with SCP-426 times. He then swallowed 250 milliliters of dishwashing liquid and fell into a coma. It's uncertain at what time the effects of 426 are still active. Observation is still underway. Oh, damn. Fuck all of you lot. Guards, you're awake. Get yourself ready for the lab. What the hell am I doing here? What did you do to me? Guard's like, no one has done anything to you. Ha! That's convincing. Do you think I'm a fucking idiot? After the task, you drank industrial strength dishwashing liquid. Ha! What are you talking about? Don't fuck with me, I'll kick your goddamn ass! So, D083, what are you? What? D038, what are you? Well, you're fucking grandpa is what I am. I'm gonna knock your bloody teeth out, one by fucking one. D083, come out and get ready for the lab. So Tokuno, I mean, I've loved this game. And 83 is like, why am I dizzy? I don't feel right. I feel like part of my brain is missing. Like I'm...
I am a toaster. I am a toaster.
Yeah!
I am a toaster. I am a toaster.
We don't want to fight this guy. This is fucking adorable. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. And so he asked D083, what are you? He's feeling dizzy with a headache. I'm a good toaster. Yeah, the jingle is catchy. So, fuck, my head hurts. Where am I? I should be... I've been so confused lately. 083. Hey, you old fucker! Do you remember what you did after your last task? 83's like... 83, are you willing to re-observe the test object? Listen here, I ain't gonna do shit no more. Just kill me now, you bastards. Fuck, my head is gonna explode. Shit. Guard, send D83 back to his room for observation. Alright, yes, Doctor. Damn it, I've had enough, you old fucker. 83, return to your living quarters. He's like, shit, what's wrong with me? I shouldn't be like this, I should be...
I am a toaster. I am a toaster. I am a toaster. I am a toaster.
83, do you have anything to report? Go on, man, I'm broken. I'm broken. The doctor wants to know how you're feeling. I'm definitely broken. I don't think I can toast any more bread. Bread? Do you have a screwdriver? There's something seriously wrong with me. Do you need to go to the clinic? Open the door. I need to be fixed. Oh my god, bread! Bread! I'm trying to toast this bread. That way I'll know if I'm really broken. There's something wrong with me. This is bad, oh no! Yo, I've just been playing Resident Evil 4. I'm trained for this now. I got that Leon kick. D83, stop everything now. We can kill you. I'm broken. What are you? I'm I'm not a good baby bear toaster. I can't toast anymore, but yes, I can fix myself.
I am a toaster. I am a toaster.
Oh no! Anyway, after previous observation, experiment was interrupted. D83 claimed he was a baby bear toaster and suffered from internal damage. He requested repairs. On the way to the clinic, D83 behaved aggressively, attacked the guard with a lethal weapon. Then he cut open his abdomen and claimed there were breadcrumbs jammed inside. 83 eventually died of excessive bleeding. Okay, so we have our results. SCP-426 should be contained in a room without any windows so that nobody can see me. The door to my room must be labelled without my ID number and personal details to prevent the spread of any symptoms. Only staff at level 3 and above are aware of my existence and particularly of my properties. Description. Hello, I am SCP-426. I must be introduced this way in order to prevent ambiguity. I'm an ordinary toaster, able to toast bread when supplied with electricity. However, when any human being mentions me, they are inadvertently referred to me in the first person, and despite all attempts, there has yet been a way to speak or write about me in the third person. After conducting several tests with level D prisoners, the Foundation has determined that 426 causes severe mental harm to humans. It has henceforth been defined as an info hazard. Thank you for reading the SCP-246 Safety Manual. Are we a toaster now? I had that I am a toaster jingle stuck in my head for a while.
Carl, next comes the final choice. There are 2 doors in front of you. One red, one blue.
Okay.
If you want to give up and leave, go through the red door. The past few months will have been like a dream. You will remember nothing after waking, and this road will end here. You go through the blue door. You stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Captain on the bridge.
Oh looky, this must be the home from the office, so no pants time starts.
Yeah, they absolutely quoted it verbatim. We know how this party goes. Is it even worth making it a question? Wait, I'm just making sure I've got my left and my right. Blue is good, red is bad. Oh, sorry, friends. Let's get spicy with the blue! Seriously, I am a toaster. I am a toaster. Everybody!
Good job, Carl. I'm glad you made it through. Have you ever felt like there were memories in your head of things you never experienced? Whispers of people you never met? These were not hallucinations. They're your actual memories. Carl, you are not a rookie at all. You are a member of Mega 5. You always have been. My name is Marion Wheeler, Captain of Mega 5. Welcome back, Gardener Carl. Now, we need to talk about 55.
Oh, shit! Now, I have a feeling if you know the SCP lore, then that will be a very big reveal. But the interesting fact is, like, the reason we were given specific cases is that these are cases we were either involved with or cases that we had already researched and stashed. Big Frog. Hello, Big Frog. But we were not the rookie being reassigned. And I will say, friends, like, even if this is all you have seen of this game is what we played today, then we can absolutely positively... I can absolutely positively recommend you play the rest of it. Also, 69! Nice, nice, nice. I can absolutely recommend you play the rest of it, because the early ones are feckin' brilliant. SCP-55 is known as the Self-Keeping Secret. Interesting. Oh, that's real cool. They've also credited all the OG individuals who wrote the different stories. Because, for those of you who don't know, the SCP Foundation is public domain. So, it's fair game to make your entire video about it. Okay. Oh, and that's lovely. It says that Gamezoo Studio is a new indie game studio. And this is our first title. We poured blood, sweat, and tears in this game over the past 3 years. And as is our first title, your feedback, ideas, and suggestions are very important to us. We want to make outstanding games in pursuing this goal. We're always looking for ways to improve our own games. I hope you enjoy this as much as we enjoyed making it. I'll have to write them something lovely later. Ah. Well, while that was just like a quick extra hour, I'm glad we finished that one. I can have a look at this this file. So what was it? It was like the SCP Mega 5 was the group, right? Sorry, tunes! SCP Mega 5, who are they? So there are SCP Megasites, and there is SCP Mobile Task Force 5. So I guess I've got some research to do. But I guess that's the thing about having a huge correlation of different groups. Mortlen, you are legally allowed to stop being a toaster now. So, this is a good point to bring our adventures to a close today, friendos. I will say, do keep an eye on the Discord. Biakuaz. I need to work out what we're doing for Saturday. Sorry, I'm very, very distracted. And SCP was saying that 55 is an info hazard where there's no known record, and any attempt to keep a record will divert you to other information. Fascinating. Okay. So, I need to say thank yous to all of the following people because it has been a long and winding road. only reason that I'm still sitting here in front of you is because of you lot, you know? So, the tunes absolutely do not much to thank you. Fucking thank you. So firstly, Fearless! Thank you kindly. You know, that's what let us buy food and feed animals, you fucking legend. To Favor6, J-Post, Stammering Gamer, Air Dragon, Akira Zero, Quasimoto, Wolfcrad, Scent Zero, Angel Kalina, Syndrin, Vanderbeast, and Caffeine. All of you, fucking thank you. Seriously, thank you. Mod team today was Caffeine and Rhymes and Moose, but also thank you to Lizard T. Pow! And those that subbed or were hunted by House Carl. I'd like to thank Hookshot, Scent Zero, Doing the Time Warp, Sean Peoples, and Bacon Avenger, plus a teeny tiny raid from the Captain Hillian. We had some long ass breeze. I'm sorry I seem to hit the wall like a fucking... I seem to have hit the wall like a fucking brick. Yeah. Okay, here are your choices, friends. Exoprimal, Dragon Age, or Art. I am a toaster. I am a toaster.
Ending chaos bits.
Thank you. And more Len says, art! You know what, Len? It's the quickest off the draw. So it's not just art. It is exceptional pixel art, no less, from the main developer behind The Crimson Diamond, an episodic indie title. And I got to meet this lovely person via the gig, so I'm absolutely happy to pass you all over. Alright? Yeah, forgive me for crashing so hard. I guess I just got tuckered myself out on some Resident Evil. Whatever you do, have a lovely rest of your evening. Keep an eye on the Discord about tomorrow. Start times will be random, but it should be the grand finale for the Gourmand. Thursday will be King of the Castle 2, the Regicidening. Sea of Thieves on Friday we have Sagebell joining us. Very good. And I don't know what Saturday is going to be like, but it will be. Right. Friends, have an incredible rest of your evening. Please apologise on my behalf for the raid and run. So I'm going to leave you off there with cool art people, or cool art person. Please give them my regards, and I will see you all tomorrow. Have a great night, friends.